And then a man's SPLM. And then a man's SPLM. And then a man's SPLM. And then a man's
When we are in Khartoum, دول شغال عسكري مع الحكومة من زي SPLM. أنا قلت له أصل الحكومة عشان بيقدموا نفس الجوهرة بس different because my young one was black. It will not make me a difference. I will not work. We will use only this. Only Chelsea. Yeah, this is 1980s.
Dear viewers, today is a celebration of 16 May. We have been joined by the secretary of the SPLM party in Australia. And also we have been joined by the well-known artist, Bol Panan. So Bol, welcome from Nakuru. If you have any songs in Arabic or in English, then you can put it through. Thank you. We will be joined by Tang, the chairperson of the SPLM in Australia. Tang, welcome, and Honorable James Mangar is already there as well. So the program will be introduced by the SPLM's members who have organized this wonderful day. It is a day that we have all experienced. Since the starting of Anyanya One, we have went through many things, difficult things. We are not celebrating as people would think so, but it is a day that we remembered when we took up arms. So welcome everyone. And Bolding, please feel free to welcome our leadership, great leadership who have put this thing together. To remember those who have died. We know that we have just lost few members of the SPLM recently in Juba, and we are also mourning with them, and as well we are celebrating their achievement. Without them, it would have not been possible. So we know that they have really contributed, and we will remember them. So, Bol, welcome.
And
You can speak in Arabic and also can go through the songs. Thank you.
Kajunuki, you malar and then a guiding for the yum bitana pulana, yum bitat SPLA, SPLM. Yum de Loja, and then a batala Musutin, you pull
1 minute.
malar.
Let me put your song Jabal Boom. I think so. 1 minute. Yeah. John, building the
That trial ya ten.
Yeah.
That trial lisa ma barnamij ma bada.
Okay, welcome, Bolt. Sorry, I was just welcoming the plants. So the day
No,
is,
no, that's good.
yeah,
That's good. We still, Asma Lwal,
yeah.
we haven't started live yet, is it?
We have already started.
Ah, okay. Because we
Yeah,
got some few people who haven't yet entered to the
yeah.
program.
They will join us as we speak. So, plan, welcome, and then we will introduce the guests after.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You just
Yeah. So we're
just
like doing the
continue.
entertainment. Wait for the
Yeah,
audience.
yeah, yeah. Okay, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
Mm,
Well, welcome. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, sabi kal ya kufira leo. Ah, ini no one man. Ya kufira leo dan juda ya kufira na tem kuzi kero de poi bene te magare te leo ago ko kuzi ya kadia en ki wen mo bior jal kuler bongo garbino kwani na bude ku yo ngon ban ma ja ma ja di aja mar jal te lo Video ya video ya ano
Yeah.
Sudan
Uh, what you're not clear. Yeah. So, yeah.
Sudan ngang ku ban buwi jadi
Hi.
aywa ay
Iowa.
Sudan bu wel yor madap ya Marta wun mat di ko ko pi wo ji yo nang do lo go na ti wo di al bi ko ne ro 1980 no na pi so ya ma ko yo wa ma dar wo ji yo mo do lo go na 1987 no na pi so ya ana ma blum
So,
yang ko yo wo lo go
African
na
World Book. Best of luck,
19
African World Book Live.
ma ko yo wal ma dar wo ji yo
Very nice. Very nice. Come the app.
1980 so ayuma
I think he
hala
sent it. I think he sent it to him.
kule
To you.
well, I think there is the line is not clear.
Ah.
da
Can I do it? Because
kule
he's also waiting on line.
Uh, well, line, you're not clear. You're not clear. So check your.
Do you have nothing? No. There's a question here. I want to know.
James.
Freedom, 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 yes, freedom, freedom, freedom,
That's the question I'm going to ask.
Yes, we.
no more violence, I'm a land, no more slavery, I'm a land, my God, my God, bring me things I need.
Every time.
I think he had left. He will come.
Okay. I think somebody is asking the questions that you have sent.
Okay.
Yeah, they need you to send to my email. I will forward to them.
Okay.
You have my email?
No, I have already inboxed it to you.
Yeah, because I'm using the mobile now. I think if you send to my email, will be best so I can forward directly from my computer.
Well, your music is not clear. I think there is issue of network.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, you'll bucket you can can be quite ping friend ku your hammer and also anything about the movements.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think yeah.
This order good. Number one, do not battalion. Ana bagar di arka. Ana guna da. Uba guna da fi ina mai. ah, Be badaya batat sora da. Ana begin maksud jiddan. Kalau ma guide. Fa ana faran shadid. Ana faran le ana arka da. Afrika sa. Ujunub da. Tala. Malela da. Musudin be belet betana da. Jam be guna da. Pipar jitaria kokira leo. Pandan jitaria kokira leo.
We have to
Ap
exit. Shanashulu Surah.
koi
Take the picture, then we go.
lega choro leo. Ago koi pudria kadia. En chi wen mabior jal kuler bongo ke garbino kwanye na bolo dengu yom nywan bany machar ku kir mayadi. Ai chimat ku jalwe lo kada. Ago lwel ka buk yo ago ingwa.
Yeah.
miat aye diktor lel ma no Sudan ngai ku pinyiban ku bu yigi jadid haywa
I
na bu ngai dana bu bu madape aye banjol lel tol Sudan ngai ku pinyiban ku bu yigi jadid haywa Sudan bu ngai Sudan bu welbi bu yor madape
yeah.
Martha un matiang dit konywog piwoji yom gong dulugong anywag chuwog diel piny ko ngerot 1987 nona piso ya ma konywog wal ma madar woji yom gong dulugong anywag chuwog diel piny ko ngerot 1987 nona piso ya yuma hana ma benum kul yom ma benum filbet كل يوم وشان سبتة كل يوم ما بنوم في البيت كل يوم سلا في داري كل يوم ما بنوم في البيت كل يوم بوبو في داري كل يوم ما بنوم في البيت كل يوم وشان سبتة كل يوم ما بنوم في البيت كل يوم ده قلنا نمبر 1 والبقول وجنود بوم وشباب بوم وبنات بوم وضباد بوم ياك ودا لك جون غران ولا دم ران يلويل جبل بوم ما شوف البوم نيان عرب ناي جور غايوكو موج يشوكن بو كايوكو بور بوم ما شوف پل پانا وجنود بوم وضباد بوم وشباب بوم ياك ودا
John Garang.
Demran yelwel jebal bum ma shufal bum nyang arab na e jura ga yoku mo e shoken bo kayuku por bum ma chuku palle panda um na bugul panda kabulwel zonke bai sudana kabulwel zonke bai sudanda ke pinyi jei John ke pinyi jei William Salva Kiir Mayar kad medan bongo telonyu wok Sudan katiba gwor sura pinyi deng nyal ke pinyi deng William Salva Kiir Mayar kad medan bongo telonyu wok Sudan katiba gwor sura pinyi jei John ke pinyi jei William Salva Kiir Mayar kad medan bongo Tilonyo wak Sudan katiba gwar sura panda kabulwel sonke bai Sudana kabulwel sonke bai Sudanda pinyi deng nyal ke pinyi deng William Salva Kiir Mayar kad medan bongo Tilonyo wak Sudan katiba gwar sura ke pinyi deng nyal Pinyi deng William Salva Kiir Mayar kad medan bongo telonyo wok Sudan katiba gwar sura ajina pi Sudan dalan zalan jina pi Sara dalan zalan jeidana lamer tederi pil bongo derina Sudan Jeyamer Battalion jeidana lamer tederi pil bongo derina Sudan Jeyamer Battalion Sudan Jina bongo Battalion Sudan Jina bongo ajina pisara dalan jina pisara dalan jeidan lamer tederi pil bongo derina Sudan Jeyamer Battalion jeidan lamer tederi pil bongo derina Sudan Jeyamer Battalion Sudan Jina bongo Battalion Sudan Jina bongo Dea marwode John ya komando boko gudo songi asiele John Garang Jeya mari John Garang osiele John Garang lwali yen kai yana kana ana boga bala kida shan sibunas ya
Yep.
kalam Junuba Sudan waye
Junuba
Junuba
Sudan.
Sudan
Yeah.
waye harka
Uh,
betan ye
So that's very good. There was Peter Boldings, one of the artists, is now in Kenya. Paul, how many songs have you composed in the movement started?
395.
Can you put the best song? What is the best song that among the 395 songs?
Yeah,
The song that had Arthur.
yeah, Gibela na kudu agani number one betata gunad betai filarka. Ya Gibela na ketetu gidam. Uh,
And when did you join the movement again?
uh, the time I joined the movement, 87, the one shar idashar, ya ona mashet pi panyudu, isobe.
Okay, put the best song, then we will give chance to the SPLM members to come and introduce the programs. Dear viewers, just bear with us. Our guest speakers are almost coming. We were just preparing the ground for the actual opening of the day. It will be done by the SPLM member. Thank you. Yeah, welcome, Bob.
Yeah, the tad jamar. Right
Yeah,
now.
I think can direct because it's there is network
Oh,
issue.
ayelwela ana bakalam kida yan agani de gunad betaya na kan baguna berutan den kapulu. Lekin nas kulu kan basma kalam ana bakalam lanu nena kan gaitin pi malwai mayal betat junub kulu kan gait pi malwai dol kan bamul guna berutan betaw utawal basumau na demshi gidamalo fa ana kan be gul kida Chabdana junub pinya ye pienda pandan chulwel shok pindan chulwel rem pandan chulwel ro pindan chulwel kajwe ye yamer pinya ye pienda Chabdana junub pinya ye pienda pandan chulwel shok pindan chulwel rem pandan chulwel ro pindan chulwel kajwe ye yamer pinya ye pienda diktor garang ma biura timbanya wi pienda ye yamer jupur yak tiom dan junub kene chuk pelway umor mor jupur yak pan je chamer baye chuk pal kuma jadid kene chuk ben wi tiom dan junub kene chuk pelway Bany salpa kira maya diri yaga wo kalain dane sora mo garanet ke manda ngui mandi de lagim burjuaz kawi je kajwe burjuaz kawi garanet kat ke tiom dan junub tung balawe nofin awon na bezyaw kului songe awon na bezyaw kului songe tiom dan junub wetung balawe burjuazin on na bezyaw kului songe
So,
na
um,
bezyaw kului
again,
songe tiom dan junub um,
Malu. Malu. Now, we will welcome the SPLM organizing team, and the Secretary General will introduce the program because this was meant for them. So, Mr. Andrew, please, you feel free to introduce the program to our dear guest speakers, and we shall be followed by another speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peter Lowell, for hosting this program today. Well, my name is Andrew Ohide, Secretary General for SPLM Provisional Executive in Australia. Today, we all know why are we here, and most of all South Sudanese in diaspora and in South Sudan know exactly what does the 16th of May means to them. It is a day that some of us have dedicated their lives to carry arms against the oppression. We here in Australia also are gathering today all across Australian states, including the capital territory, reflecting on some of the achievement that SPLM and diaspora have achieved and contributed to the movement itself and to the independence of South Sudan. I would like to welcome everyone to this program today, our viewers across the world and within Australia and Australasia, which include in New Zealand and part of the Melanesian and Polynesian countries where we got the SPLM active members there. Within us, we have a few members of SPLM here who have been with the movement since the beginning. Some of them are still surviving, and some we have lost during the war, and some even after the independence. Today is a time of reflection, and we're all reflecting on all what we have failed to do as a party and what we have achieved successfully as a party. In Australia, we will have guest speakers here with us who will be throughout the program with all of us. Among them is James Manger, who is one of the SPLM and SPLA himself, an active member of our community here in Australia and a strong supporter of the SPLM. Also within us, we have Newell Madut, who is a former Red Army and the former leader of the SPLM Youth League, who has been and will always be with us, supporting the office and the objective of the SPLM, both home and here in Australia. Also, we have our main guest speaker is Atem Yakatem, one of the vocal journalists or veteran journalists in South Sudan, who is the editor of Sudan and SPLM magazine, and is the Secretary General also for the magazine. Is one of the important figure who has held a lot of history of our movement and a lot of information about the failure and objective, and including even the achievement of the party. Also, we have the deputy chairperson here of the SPLM, who is David Kochkoti, sorry, and he's also an MP in Lake State, and he is with us here in Victoria, and is also will present in this program. And on top of this, behind our leadership here is a strong leadership of our SPLM Australian representative, Mr. David Tench, who is also following the program with us online. And we would like to say thank you for your leadership and organizing this program with the office. But most of all, our thanks also goes to SPLM Office of Secretariat in Juba, especially under the leadership of acting Secretary General Nunu Jema Kumba and the Secretary for External Affairs, who is Bol Makwin, who has been with us, supporting us every day, and even with the small micromanagement, is always in touch with us. We thank you, and we hope that you will be listening to this program today. Now, for us to go forward, I would like to again acknowledge the presence of Aten Yak Aten, who Atem Yak Atem, sorry, who is going to speak mainly on the history and the achievement of the SPLM in South Sudan. And for this, I would like to welcome our brother, veteran journalist, Atem Yak Aten. Brother, you're most welcome.
In the room is David, is Teng. We will be joined soon by Honorable Atem Yak Atem and Nyon
Okay.
So,
All right.
Teng, if you have anything to add on, I think you and your secretary will organize the program. Thank you.
Yeah. Before you had comrade.
Well, before we go ahead, since most of the people are not present, I would like to first of all acknowledge the presence of the chairman, David Tench, who is a leader of the SPLM or chapter of Australia. And James Mangar is with us here. I would like
Yep.
to ask David Tench to say some word before we actually welcome Aten, and we will give him some few minutes to start with the program opening to us. But before we start, we need to give a minute of silence, reflect on the life of people we have lost in South Sudan during the independence. 1 minute, please. Thank you, and thanks for all the viewers across the world. We are going to start our program live now with the support of African World Book, which is our main sponsor for our discussion today, and Brother Peter Lual. But for now, I will ask Peter Lual if you can put some revolutionary songs before we start our program. It will be good.
Okay. Just bear with me. I'm going through the YouTube. Sometimes it's very hard to get the right song. In case
Yeah.
well, people need to bear with me. So. We have been joined by Honorable Tim Yaga. Welcome, Tim. We are with Honorable Jim Mangat and David Tang and Andrew. Yeah, we will be going back anytime soon. We have been joined by Honorable Premier Agatim,
Yeah.
and Honorable James Mangar is in the room, which I'll be joined by Nual Madud later on. Thanks so much for having given us the privilege to host you. So now it is your time to introduce guests and also so to start the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter Lual, for the program. Thank you for the support and the sponsorship. Well, welcome to the program, all the SPLM supporters across the world and within Australia. We are live here in Victoria, and I believe most of the state are following. Today, we have the chairperson of the SPLM Provisional Executive, Mr. David Tench, with us, and we have our guest speaker, uh, Honorable veteran journalist and the SPLM member and supporter, Atem Yak Atem, with us here. Brother, you're most welcome. This is SPLM. It's not something new for you. You are at home, and this program is organized by SPLM chapter of Australia. For now, we're going to start a program as we're still waiting for some speakers to arrive into the program. But for now, we're going to start live. And for this, I will welcome the SPLM chapter of Australia, Mr. David Ten, to introduce our guest speaker. David Ten, the floor is yours.
David,
Hello,
can
David, are you with us?
David, I think is mute. David, can you hear us?
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. Sorry, I've been disturbed with incoming calls.
Okay. It is
I
your
don't know.
turn.
Yeah. Do
All
you
right.
give me like a chance to say something?
Yes, I'm saying
Mm.
I welcome you
Okay.
to introduce our guest
Yeah, yeah,
speaker, which is
yeah.
Atem Yekatem, as
All
a
right.
leader of SPLM chapter of
Yeah.
Australia.
First
Floor
of
is yours.
all, thank you, Comrade Ando Hede, the SG, the Secretary General of SPLM Chapter Australia. And I also want to acknowledge the contribution that has been put forward by Comrade Peter Lual of African World Book. And also, I want to acknowledge the president of James Mangar, Comrade James Mangar, and also the veteran, the former Deputy Minister of Information, Government of Republic of South Sudan, Comrade Honorable Atem Yak, for his kind willingness to be part of this program today. As you stated, we are going through a lot of things. As you all know, that the country is mourning the death of very prominent generals. Among them is Comrade General Marial Noor, who have passed on 2 days ago, and the family and all the country and the nation is mourning is dismay, as well as General Tang, and then also General Lia Dieu and General Mandanga Duel. So the country is mourning, and it is really very shock and very unfortunate that we lost a very important personnel in uniform. And I believe all of you have read. I thank you, Comrade SG, for observing 1 minute silent for these heroes who are not longer with us. So very much, I will not take long. I will just, as you introduce the whole program today, we are commemorating, and we thank you, Comrade Peter Alwal, for taking initiative to be part and also to host the celebration. Of course, yes, many people will look into it in different ways. This is not a wedding. We are just remembering lives life that has been lost during the struggle and during the course of struggle. So our thought and prayers to the family of General Mariel and the community of Ural and also the entire Lake State. If they are watching live, our prayers and thoughts with you. We are mourning a very big, it's very big loss, and we are mourning the death of our son, our father, and our General Mariel, and the rest of the comrades that I mentioned their names. So very much I thank Honorable Atem Yak for accepting to be part of today, celebration, and maybe we'll talk more from here. I will. I will also, encourage, and I will also ask all the comrades who are watching us live to be part of this proceeding. And if there is anything or questions, they will be able to forward them to the panels. And this is how, and I want to get back to you, Comrade Peter Lwal and Andrew, to continue with the rest of the programs. And if there is anything, I will say it later, as already the program has been introduced. But again, I want to say, for Lasana, as the Kenyans say, for the loss of these very prominent, generals, and again, may their souls rest in peace, and until we meet with them again. And I will get back to you. And thank you very much, Peter Lwal. Thank you
You're
very much.
welcome.
Yeah.
So, Andrew,
Um, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And now I will open the floor to our guest of today, who is the former Deputy Minister of Information, our brother Atem Yak Atem, who is a father too, and an elder and a veteran of our movement, SPLM, to narrate to us the experience and the stories that he had and experienced also during the movement. So the whole world is watching and wishing to hear some reflection that we have throughout difficult time that we have with COVID-19 regulating people, to celebrate in the public. But for today, we're not celebrating, but we're reflecting at some of the achievements and what does the movement mean to us at before and after the independence. Today, I will go through few questions, but for now, I will leave our brother and comrade Atem Yakatem. First of all, I welcome you, and I will leave the floor for you to narrate to us some of the historical points that you still remember until now. Brother Atem and comrade, you're most welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I think the most appropriate title or the way we should address one another is comrade. Uh, this was this title or whatever it is was introduced because at the time the war started. We found ourselves agreeing on a program, an ideological orientation of the liberation. So instead of having General so and so or His Excellency so and so, all of us treated each other as a comrade, comrade in struggle, comrade in arms. So I think it's not relevant to use this type to maintain this way of addressing one another. Some people concluded that, oh, these were communist relics and therefore they have no place in today's world. Well, there's nothing wrong with the word comrade. Even before communism came into existence in the early 19th century or 20th century, the word comrade was there. So we are comrades in our goal for our country. Before I get into the main topic, uh, Comrade Ten talk about gave his condolence to the families and relatives of our comrades in the armed forces who we have lost. I must also add other prominent members of the movement who we have lost during the last from March to this month. And these were Edward Leno, Dr. Mansour Khalid, Paulina Warawila, the former Minister of Justice, and recently Professor Agri Ayod Majok and Justice Bulan Pancholawal and Ostaz Aram Kun. There are a lot of people who have passed away during the last few days, but there are so many that we cannot really do justice. We cannot name them all. All the same, there is a lot of saying that life must go on. We lose people, we lose black people, but we have to continue living and doing what we were doing together with the departed. Now, today is the 37th anniversary of what later became SPLM, SPLA. This was the time when the mutiny took place in the town of Bor in Jonglei. At that time, it was Jonglei province. And let us not look at it as just an event which happened on that particular day. It was a combination of so many things happening, things which were not proper, and it's like when you have something boiling, this is the boiling point when something explodes. So this the event which took place on the 16th of May 1983 in Bor, and specifically a local location called Malwal Chad, was the climax of the real feeling in the country at the time. And this take us a little back because you cannot really explain what happens today outside the context, the historical context. Let us start with the Addis Ababa Agreement of 1972, which gave what they call, which Southern Sudan, which was later renamed Southern Region. The regional autonomy was a result of, partly a result of the Roundtable Conference to resolve the problem of what they call Southern Problem in 1965. The agreement, the leaders of the Anyanya resistance movement, the government of Sudan, and the political parties at the time met in Khartoum to find ways of finding a peaceful solution to the problem. The northern political parties who were ruling the country at the time were reluctant to find a peaceful solution which would dismantle their control of power machinery in Khartoum. But all the same, there were recommendations put forward as the way middle ground, because the SPL, the Southern Resistance Movement and the majority of South Sudanese wanted to break away from the country because they felt they were denied their rightful share of power, resources, and they were not treated as equal with the people who arrogated to themselves the control of the army, resources, power. So the Anyanya was fighting to break away to establish an independent state in South Sudan. Now, because it was not easy to defeat the government of the day, and the war was costing a lot, so it was decided that there should be a peaceful settlement to the problem. And the political parties there were not ready for that solution. So when the army took over under the leadership of Colonel Jafar Nimeri in 1969, the Southern Sudanese, two South Sudanese who were in the government, there was Justice Abelalier and Justice Joseph Garang, pressed the government to do something about the problem. And that came, the new government came up with what they call the June 9th Declaration, recognizing the right of people of South Sudan to regional autonomy within a united Sudan. And that was based on the recognition that the two parts of the country had differences culturally and in everything, and that these differences should be addressed by giving the people of South Sudan a regional autonomy. That regional autonomy came into reality after the Addis Ababa Agreement, peace agreement of 1972. Let me tell you, as somebody who took part in the administration of South Sudan after the Addis Ababa Agreement, it was a good agreement. It was the first time for South Sudanese to run their own affairs, especially security, because by that time, if I could remember, the policemen used to be brought even from Darfur, Kordofan, Khartoum. I saw there were policemen in my village called Kongor, and these were not South Sudanese. And they were alien in the sense that they didn't know the culture of the people. They were also being used by the government in Khartoum to suppress the people. But now, after having the regional autonomy being run by the people from the south, there was a sense of relief because the people running the government were South Sudanese, the headmasters, the district administrators. So at least it was not like having it all. But they say half a bread is better than nothing. So we, under the regional autonomy, we were exercising how a modern state is run, modern government. We had parliament elected by the people. We had executive run by South Sudanese. The level of administration, in my guess, my judgment, was one of the best. We had civil service, which was responsible for employment, promotion, training. Uh, South Sudanese proved to be responsible, more responsible than anybody could imagine. We had a government which provided services to the people. The only thing was the money from Khartoum was mainly salaries and little for services like education and health. But the money for development, especially agricultural sector, roads, and other things were not available. And there was the system of rule in the South was democratic. While in the North, it was the parties, the political parties like the Umma Party, the Communist Party, the DUP were banned. Anybody who belonged to that party could not contest election. In the South, the ban was just on the record book, but in practice, people contested as members of Southern Front, which had been dissolved, SANO, or anybody else. There was nobody banned from contesting. And once elected to come to Juba, which was the seat of the regional government, they were supervising the executive. Any minister known to have misbehaved was called and questioned. And to prove how democratic it was that there were ministers accused of corruption, and they were called to parliament to explain what happened. And the speaker of the People's Regional Assembly, that was their parliament, tried to defend the government against parliament. And the people in the MP said, look, your job is to be like an honest, you are a referee. You don't need to take sides. You are not for the government, you are not for the government. The opposition, that was like opposition official. So since you are taking sides, when you are supposed to be an honest broker, you have to go. And they pushed their point to the point that the speaker was dismissed. Then, just not to spend a lot of time on the regional government. Then in 1978, there was an election for the Regional Assembly and for the position of the President of the High Executive Council. People went for the election and they came back. The group, according to political parties, SANO and all this, they were not talking about this publicly, but people knew each other that they belonged to this party, to that party. And they came, General Joseph Lago, the former commander of the Anyanya, nominated himself to contest for the seat of the President of the High Executive Council. He had support among the former Anyanya members, among the members of SANO, and by the way, they were all spread all over the South, not from one region. And he succeeded, he won the seat. Let us go back. At that time, Africa was ruled by military dictators and one-party system. And it was completely unthinkable to remove a sitting president. It never happened, only through a military coup. But here it happened in South Sudan in the 70s. And that showed that South Sudanese were mature enough to manage their affairs through democratic means. Lago himself said, look, we South Sudanese have become mature. We have matured so much that I, coming from a small ethnic group, the Madi, who, in his words, could not even send an MP to Juba on their own because they share the consistency with the Acholi. And here, if it is a question of numbers, you would not make it. But it was a question of ideology, a question of whatever. So he was elected. Now let us come back, to get to the point of May 16th. What happened was that these happy developments in South Sudan annoyed some people in the north, why should they be practicing a democratic system when they were under the SSU, which was also running the South, ironically? Why should the South be behaving as if it is not part of the country? And let us not forget, Nimeri, the forces overthrown by Nimeri in 1969 regrouped and went outside, and they tried to topple the system, especially after the signing of the Addis Ababa Agreement. They didn't like it. So there were attempts to overthrow the system, like the 1976, what they call the Murtazaka or the mercenary. These were the forces affiliated to the Umma party who were organized and trained in Libya and came immediately. Almost they took over. They took the radio station, but they didn't even know. Uh, they, they didn't do a good job because they didn't disconnect the telecommunication. And Bona Malwal was the minister mentioned at the time, managed to use the telecommunication which was operational to tell the South that, look, the system is still on. Whereas the rebels, under the leadership of Sadiq al-Mahdi, were in control of radio station. Those days, once you took the radio station, then you taken over the government. Now the information will lead to Juba. And we broadcast that over Radio Juba, that the system was still in power. And the BBC picked it from East Africa that Nimeria was still in power. When the rebels in Khartoum learned that Nimeria was in power, they started running away. They got the information from outside. They didn't know. They were in control, but they were told by the BBC that, the BBC told the world that Nimeria was in power. So they panicked and that. All this added to the bitterness of the northern opposition against the South. The people who actually fought, some of the people who fought the rebels, they aborted to coup, were soldiers from Anyanya. And the northern opposition didn't like this sort of relationship. And Nimeri also found that things were not in his favor because these people made life difficult. They would go and buy sugar, throw it into the Nile to create scarcity. So he decided to reconcile with these opposition groups, mainly the Umma party and the Muslim Brothers, led by Senator Trabi. So they made what they call national reconciliation. This national reconciliation turned out to be anti-South and the regional setup. And Numeri started employing the elements within these groups in his government. There was somebody called Sharif Al-Tawahami, a man from Umar Party, who was made Minister of Petroleum. And that was the time petroleum was discovered in huge commercial quantities in Bentiu. They started saying, look, this oil is in Southwest. There was nothing known as Southwest. It was Bentiu. But since it was the region within southern region, they didn't like to tell the truth. So later on, they wanted to incorporate part of Bentiu to become part of the North. And Parliament in Juba took issues with this, arguing, look, the borders of 1956, which according to the Addis Ababa Agreement would be the borders to be maintained between the South and the North. The borders could not extend beyond that parallel fence. And members of Parliament, and led by Mahatma Dear, who was a member and a lawyer, articulated the argument that this was a violation of the Addis Ababa Agreement. I mean, people had to respect the Addis Ababa Agreement, which uh, marked the boundaries according to the 1st of January 1956. So this statement from the People's Regional Assembly was taken, passed to the President of the Executive Council, who in turn took it to Khartoum. And Nimere became realistic, accepted that this completely should not go ahead. So the South remained the border remained the same. But that did not stop these people from further provocations. They said the refinery, instead of locating it in Bentiu or anywhere in the south, they took it to Kosti in the north. And this is the oil from the south. Well, by law, natural resources belong to the whole country, but the area where the commodity or whatever is found must also be considered, must also have some fair share. So these were some of the things which were happening, and also the allocation of funds for development were not being released. These former members of the northern opposition started making things very, very difficult for the South. Trabi, a man who really, if you talk about a racist, this was typical racist. He didn't like anything southern, anything who, and he was not a full Arab. He was originally from Western Sudan, from probably Nigeria. And he really wanted to make things very difficult for the South. And he became the Attorney General of Nimeri. And you know, Attorney General, these are the people responsible for making laws, or passing them. So they started coming with this Sharia thing. Another thing which, to some extent, was the responsibility of the South. There was power struggle started within the South, the top leadership. And they really made full use of this. They exploited this division between the South and among the Southern leadership. I don't need to get into it, but it made it easy for the North to manipulate the affairs of the South. And because of this, they started trying to transfer the forces, the former Anyanya soldiers who had been integrated in what they call National Army, trying to transfer them to the South because they had become suspicious about these people. Of course, they were the ones fighting against them, like the one of the so-called mercenary army in 1976. So they had bitterness against the former Nyanya soldiers. So they were moving to have them transferred to the north. And the southern soldiers, the former Nyanya soldiers, had settled at home. Some had families. I mean, all of them had families. They had their farms. They had their cattle. And once transferred to the north, who would be taking care of their family? Would they take their families with them? Would their salaries be enough there, maintaining them in the north and remitting part of it to the families in the south? There was also the awareness that being taken there, they were even going to be taken out of the army, retired, because some of them were subjected to, say, for example, examinations. If they didn't succeed, they would be dismissed or retired. And they really wanted to dismantle the presence of Anyanya, the former Anyanya soldiers in the south. They started with Grinti in Barazal, in Rumbek, and other places, transferring them. In Jonglei, or in Upper Nile rather, they had what they call 105, famously known as Mia Honsa. Battalion. They had companies, one in Bentiu, one in Bor, one in Wad, one in Nakobo, I think. So these people were, these soldiers were told to, especially the one in Bor, who were stationed at Lagdad, some few kilometers southeast of Bor town, and they resisted. They didn't want to be moved, and their argument was that they had their families, their livelihood was based on they had their farms and cattle. So there was some sort of negotiation about that claim. At first, they were convinced that they convinced the authorities that they should be left. But again, they were supposed to go. That was between January and February 1983. They were supposed to be moved, 200 of them, but they refused. And according to Chola Benego, who was in Bor as a student there and who was a witness, a boat was sent from Juba, loaded full of soldiers who were coming to force these people to leave. And the soldiers threatened to use force if they were being taken by force, and they went back to Juba by boat. This time they sent a force by land, and by that time, Sabrina Kwanyin was a major, was in town, and being senior, there was the one in charge was Captain Captain Bullen Alirunyal, famously known as Alirmangadi.
Mm.
And then there was Mulazim Awal, Alirangong, Lear Machu. They were the officers there, and they coordinated resistance when these people were coming to attack them from Juba. Let us not forget also that this action, which was to take place on the 16th of May, the former Anyanya had planned to carry out mutiny at on the same day all over the south, and they had fixed their time for some months ahead. And I think this information leaked out, and it became inevitable that if they delay further, most of the leaders, both in the army there or those underground, would be arrested. So they had to hurry with the military action. And the fighting took place there. And Major Cardino Kwanyan, who was commanding the forces there, alongside Captain Bulan Alia, got wounded in the shoulder. And when the fighting was over, the forces pulled out. Cardino was evacuated, taken to across the river for the safety, and later on northwest toward Panagor. And from there to the border with Ethiopia. Now, it was not just something which happened in Bor, which did not have a plan. It was not a sort of accident which just happened like that. It was something part of a bigger plan. The fact that these people, the former members of the, and then later the Major William Nyonbang was in Ayod, carried out also military action there, and they all moved towards the border. Now at the border, uh, they had some support. I wouldn't like to go into that. You know, when you have history, it's not everything. I mean, events which happen at a particular time where the actors are, some of the actors are alive, it's not everything to be revealed. So these fighters, uh, they, and there was Anyanya Two there. They went to Ethiopia, especially Itang. Anyanya Two had headquarters already built up, and from there, and this is the part I'm a bit reluctant to go into details because what happened, it was not just the people carrying arms who were behind the order. It was a national thing which operated underground as far as Khartoum. So there were people working on the direction. It is one thing to stage a mutiny, but another to organize and give direction, ideological direction. What is it? What is it we are fighting for? Without that, it could just be like, I don't know, when you fight with an individual and that's it. It has something, it has a plan,
Yeah.
master plan. And the people behind this, some of them were in Khartoum, some of them were in Juba, it was a widespread national movement.
Yeah.
And later on, you could hear people coming from Juba, people like uh, Corpus Laboro, James Wani, Ika, and all this. And there were others who did not turn up on time. And at the time when these things happened, prominent southern leaders were there in Ethiopia. Uh, among them, Samuel Gaitut,
Good. Yeah.
those of Abdallah Chua, those of Apwad Atel, and apart from the soldiers, then you have those of John Garang, Martin Majer, Joseph Odoho, and the way they came up with the policy of the movement is a long story. But what happened was that they came up with the documents, like the manifesto, which was just like when you want to go and campaign, contest election, you have to tell the electorate what you want to do. So you have to, if you are a political organization with an objective to achieve, you have to tell the people who you are, what you want, and what means you are going to use to achieve those objectives. The SPLM made it very clear from the time it was established that it was fighting against injustices, the marginalized people, and somehow different from Anyanya Two, or I mean not Anyanya Two. First, from Anyanya, normally there's nothing like called Anyanya One. Then they said, look, Sudan is being ruled by a very small group of people who deny the majority of people their rights to govern, the right to resources. These people are not only in the south, there are people in Western Sudan, Darfur, Kordofan, even northern Sudan, the extreme north. And these people have equal rights to 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 to, to, to have a say in Sudan. Uh, well, it was a bit different from the Anyanya agenda, and probably because they learned that during the time of Anyanya, and the people who were fighting the Anyanya movement, most of them were from Western Sudan, Darfur, Kordofan, under the name of Islam, because they were told, oh, these are non-Muslims, they don't like Islam, they are fighting against Arabs. So the real fighting force during the Anyanya were people from these regions. And I think, considering that if the same approach was adopted, there was nothing to prevent the same people to come and fight against the South. So they came and said, look, we are going to have a socialist oriented movement which has to work for all the oppressed Sudanese. It sounded a bit, a lot of, some people were disappointed. Why do we, what have we to do with these people who don't want us? We need to have a state of our own. But probably, which country was able to support a separatist movement? The Organization of African Union, which is now AU,
Yeah. AU. Yeah.
was against that sort of thing. And this is one of the reasons that Nyanya had difficulties. Nobody, no country could accommodate a separatist movement. Not Kenya, not Uganda, not Ethiopia, which was also fighting its own insurgents in Eritrea. I'm not going to give reasons why they chose that. But this is what they did. And this was very clear in the manifesto. And to the surprise of people, the Nuba people came in their big numbers. Some liberals within the northern, the so-called ruling clique, I mean, they were not part of the ruling party. The truth came out that not all northern Sudanese subscribe to the ideology of the sectarian parties, the Umma party and the Khatamiyya. There were people who said South Sudanese have the right, other people marginalized have a right. And these people included uh, thinkers like Musa Khalid, Yasser Arman, and others. There were a lot of them. Even somebody academics, somebody called Oshari, Mahmoud. People found that there were a lot of people who did not really like the system of rule in Khartoum. So ideologically speaking, it was a case of the oppressed against the oppressors. And by the way, you can be an oppressor if you believe, if you support that system, even if you don't have anything in that system. You have no work, you have no job, you have nothing to eat. But if you support that system, you are an oppressor. If you are a South Sudanese and you are supporting that, you are part of the oppressor. So it became an ideological split between the oppressor and the oppressed. And this is what happened. Now, yeah. Do I continue or do we need a break? Yeah.
General, Comrade Atem,
Yeah.
I just want to check out the rest of the speakers, whether they are arriving or not. Then we come back to you to continue with
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
history. And I will go
But
to Peter Law.
Yes,
Peter, are you around?
I'm around here.
Yeah, do you check the use of modding in your model? Peter,
Yes, Andrew.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome back again. We were on break. Thank you.
Okay. The break is okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, now with the formation of the SPLM, I would talk from the position of a participant from now, because the time the the mutiny took place until the time they went to Ethiopia, I was still in Britain. But part of we had our organization as a student who were opposed to the regime of Nimeri. So when the SPLM was formed, they extended invitation to us that since we shared similar views, we had to be incorporated into the SPLM. So our organization became part of what they call a chapter, SPLM chapter in Britain and
Yes.
Northern Ireland.
Mm.
And from there, I was appointed. Those of Joseph Odo and Martin Major told John Garang to appoint me as the head Radio SPLM, Radio SPLA, actually. Because in their program of action, apart the documents which were available to the public were the SPLM manifesto, the disciplinary act, which was to govern the conduct of the SPLM soldiers. And then there was the program of action, which was not shown to anybody. I remember there was one copy with Joseph Odo. So when I reported to the headquarters in May 1984, Uncle Joseph Odo pulled me aside and showed me the part which dealt with the information. Let me put it crudely, propaganda, how we could sell our message. And when I finished reading it, I wanted to move to the other section. He said, no, that's none of your business. It is your job description, so that you know exactly what you are supposed to do and your limits. Then there was the other thing called agitation and propaganda, which political, which was given to Alfred Adogora. He was also shown that part and he read it. And each of us went to do that job. And my job was to start from scratch. There were people trained as as journalists. These were soldiers within the SPLA. One of them was there were two captains. Captain Mishak Madurion was a radio engineer in Juba. He started engineering in the former Soviet Union.
Mm.
Then you had Peter Wack Wanyan was also captain. They were trained. There was somebody called Jog Yusuf Noor, Walter Ward, and others. They were trained as reporters, producers, whatever. And when I came to Bilfam, where I got them, I tried to interview them. I found that the level of their competence. I mean, you cannot have a competent human. Yes,
Comrade Atem,
yes.
but without an interruption, I'll allow you to go ahead. But we have some few questions here from the viewers
Yes,
who are waiting to ask you and waiting to hear from you. There
yes.
are around 73 people. Some few questions and some comments.
Okay.
So I just want to direct the question I want to ask you
Uh-huh.
before the next speaker also, who's going to also brief us about who was a member of SPLM in the movement from 1983 to 2011, which is our brother James Manga, who is
Yeah.
also with us.
Yeah.
And Noel Madut also will also reflect in some points when regarding the
Yeah.
history of J.
Yeah.
and achievements of SPLM. I
Yeah.
would like to ask you this question. You have
Mhm.
narrated a lot of things during your talk. You brought in the history between Jalaba and how SPLM and revolution actually started,
Mhm.
and until our moment when you officially given a role to operate the radio
Yeah.
of the SPLM. Now the question from one of our viewers says, what does this day means to you as a veteran who has been the beginning of the struggle until this time of ours that we are witnessing? We're not listening. Now we are hearing and seeing from you. You're still alive with us. What is your, what does this day mean to you exactly? And the next question is,
Mhm.
I don't know whether that's, you'll answer this one first, but the next question is, um, what are the memorable experience that you yourself have during the struggle, and what can you tell the viewers around the world? Have the objective of the liberation struggle achieved,
Mhm. Mhm.
or what have we failed to achieve
Mhm.
to the people of South Sudan? Can you tell us and answer this question?
Yeah. Well, it's likely to muddle up what I was going to talk about because the whole thing is now going to be
Okay.
it's going to be personal. I mean, having lived within I mean, the problem which the SPLM or Anyanya tried to address affected me as an individual, as a student, because the time of Anyanya was, including Anyanya 2, I was a student. And we students played a very big role. We were really, really united as South Sudanese. There was nothing like this is a Shuluk, this is a Nuer. No. We used to, those strikes, we used to be organized by students, were politically motivated. And each time we went on a strike, I remember the first strike we went on was 1962. And some of the students, elder students, never returned when we came back when the school was reopened. They had gone to the other side of Anyanya. There are so many, I can't remember them, but one of them I can remember two. One of them was Amos Ajak, the singer. Another one was Abenton Ayi, and then there were other fellows. Um, they went over to Anyanya to train and to fight. So we were social, we were politically conscious. We wanted, we were not only supporters of Anyanya, but those who had the ability in terms of age to participate in the real fighting were from the students. And Rumbek Secondary School, Juba Commercial, Local, name them. Obel, most of those people you later heard about, those those generals, those of Kurutau, all these were former students from Rumbek Secondary School. So for us, when we were at the university, we felt there was some sort of segregation against students from the South. If you perform very well, there was no likelihood of you being taken as a teaching assistant, meaning preparing you to become a future lecturer. It was always a Ulad al. So we felt as individuals that being a South Sudanese meant a disadvantaged person. You do not enjoy your full rights as a Sudanese. Now, talking about this day could be like any other day in terms of what the SPLM did. Every day was a liberation day. Um, I personally, I'm an optimist by nature, but knowing the system of rule, I was in Khartoum for almost 9 years, where I did my secondary school and university. I knew those sectarian parties, those leaders like Sadiq Al-Mahdi, like Hassan Asrabi, like Ali Abdurrahman of the DUP. They really, really hated something called South Sudanese or anybody who was not of Arab origin. And they were prepared to do anything possible to make sure that we did not get our right through constitutional means, through peaceful means, and even through military means. That gave me the feeling we were up to a very, very tough job. And even when we were fighting and especially winning battles, I still believe it would not happen in my lifetime to have an independent South Sudan. I also had that feeling in South Africa that it would not be possible to have black majority rule in our lifetime. But things change. Things change. I think part of, I'm not trying to underrate the role of our people in fighting for their freedom. The Khartoum government was determined to divide us, to weaken us through divide and rule, to the point that, for example, in 1991, the control of the SPLA was almost all over the south, but at a certain stage, we were left with Buma and Nimule. In that situation, you would not be blamed to say this might not happen in my lifetime. But somewhere, somehow, the negotiation took place. Khartoum had, I would say, it was not simply because of military might, but they had to accept negotiation because the force of the military might was there. But the blunder they made, accommodating Bin Laden and the war America was waging against them, targeted Sudan, the government of the Muslim fundamentalists in Khartoum, in which they were told in no clear terms that you talk peace in good faith. Otherwise, we'll shift our support to the SLM. And
All
they,
right.
yeah. So personally, this is really very happy day, which, I mean, there were other important days of national importance. Uh, so it's a good day for me, and I think for the rest of South Sudanese.
Yeah.
Of course,
All
there
right.
are
I was
days in the history of our people where they did a lot of wonderful things.
yeah. That's why I was. There is another. Before we give you a chance to go ahead, I want to bring with us James Manger. I believe you might have know him pretty much.
Yeah,
He was a member of SQL. He joined the movement from 1983
yeah,
to 2011.
yeah,
He's been an SPLM and one of the radio operator too. You may know him.
yeah,
And I believe he was around these areas of Eastern Equatoria until Pibor area. He can speak all these languages, which I see is the enormous experience of a person in the
and
bush learning languages, and that is a diversity of our
and,
South Sudan. Now I
and
want to bring him around to tell
yeah,
us why did he join the movement
yeah,
from his early young age until 2011. 2011. What have you achieved? What motivates you, Mr. James Manger? Briefly, can you tell us
Just a
about
minute.
Uh,
this as we're celebrating and we're
yep,
reflecting
Can I
on
go for
the,
1 minute
the
break.
movement or SPLM? Please, comrade, can you tell us before we go back to Atem Atem?
Yeah, let's go for 1 minute break.
All right. If you suggest a 1 minute, okay.
Yeah.
We will come back after 1 minute. Let's entertain ourselves with the revolutionary songs, please. And don't go away. We still have more to come. Thank you.
Are you? Mm. Mm.
The volume is not clear.
Okay. Then welcome. Just welcome the speaker. I will check again. Hello, Andrew.
Yep.
Yeah. Let Comrade Mangar come.
All right. James Manger, ladies and gentlemen, James Manger is here with us and he will uh, answer to my question to him. We're in a discussion. If you can be very brief and tell us the reason why you joined the movement and what motivates you until 2011. Tell our viewers, please. Thank you, Comrade. Thank you, Hindu, for inviting me to the forum. I also thank Comrade Peter Lord for hosting the program.
Your voice is a little bit very not very clear. Move closer to the telephone. Thank you.
Yeah. So I would like to thank everybody who is participating on the line,
Let me try.
and especially Comrade Peter for inviting me to the program. I also acknowledge the presence of President.
Again, your voice is not very clear.
I don't know what is the problem. We put the voice, the volume here is
Yeah,
really very high.
you're very clear, Andrew. So let's James move
Oh,
closer to this. Yeah.
am I clear now?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, briefly, I will be talking about the journey actually of the SPLA from 1983 to 2011.
Move closer to the telephone
Understand the
again. Thank you.
organization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Comrade
Yeah.
Yaga Tim, thank you for the brief your contribution. I also thank Comrade Avida for inviting me to the program. Also the Peter Lal for hosting the program African World Book. Comrade Atem, the Executive Translation Officer of the SPLA chapter Australia with his team, the SPLM chapter in Victoria, and all the other chapters across Australia. To be briefly, and then I want to correct something a bit. I didn't join the SPLA in 1983. I joined the SPLA in 1985. So that's what but more knowledgeable about as Comrade Atem Yaka said, uh, this liberation struggle has been started with a past struggle since the colonial period. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about Motomo Juba in 1947 with the Juba Declaration Conference, but I will be specifically talking about the SPLA. Actually, Comrade Yagatem mentioned many things like the disarmament, which actually motivated the fight. But the main root cause of the SPLA is that there were two big major projects that had been designed by the regime of Khartoum, which is the Jonglei Canal project
draining the water from River Nile to Egypt. That's a big project, and Southerners were not consulted. The second project was about the Bentiu refinery, oil discovered, need to be transferred either to Kosti or even to Port Sudan. Southerners were not consulted, and hence the beneficiaries of the land. So plus all this, and all the Southerners were politically aware of what is happening, and they were politically motivated. And these projects were in 1980, if I'm not mistaken, and that brought up the uprising of the students to go on demonstration from Lake Senior Secondary School to Busiri to Bor Malek and then Juba. Then the senior of the SPLM, who's the senior of the SPLA now, who were the senior officers in the Sudanese army, they say, oh, this one, we need to take arms. It's not been done by politically. Hence, like Sadiq al-Mahdi failed Murtazaka in 1976. He failed. And then now the Southerners have to take arms. And then shifting from that, they were learning also about the disadvantages of Anyanya One. Why Anyanya One failed? Because the objectives of Anyanya One were very few and very narrow. And that caused the failure of Anyanya One, which is the turn the war against the South. Hence, they say that as a Muslim world, we are fighting against the religion, fighting against the Arab. And then from there, we have to change now the vision. We have to change the vision of the war. So, and then these were the structure of the SPLM. SPLA came up after the war broke out. Major on the day 16 May 1983, and then followed by Major William Yuan Vine, also, which is the second, the mutineer in Ayod. So when they came back, they moved toward Ethiopia to Tergol, when there was an enforcement coming from Juba, and then the other one was coming from Upper Nile to narrow them down. So they have to move to Tergol, then they were being accommodated by Mengistu in Italy. It was the same May 1983. So then the people sit there. Yeah, the five permanent command led by Dr. John, Carbino himself, William Yuan, from the Salva Kiir, the now the president, and then Araf Konaro. And then those of Gaitut and Abdullah Shawal and Konatim were there. Then the discussion became to narrate how to structure the SPLA and what will be the vision and what will be the principle to guide the SPLA as to wage war. So here there is a disagreement. Those Samuel Gaitut, they were having the different ideology of fighting the war as the South liberation. The SPLA here was having a different ideology of fighting the war for the whole total of South of Sudan to bring a one united democratic Sudan where everybody exercise the power of rights, the freedom of rights, its power sharing, the development in the country for all. So then to divert what we call Miskele Junub, they call the southern problem. So they immediately brought the system of two in one country. So the northerners, they do not acknowledge that the southern is a part of the country. And then they say this is the Miskele Junub part is a southern problem. So the SPLA have to block that way. And then from here, when the structure is already done and made, those are Konatem and Gaitut and Abdallah Shawl, then they rebel. I'm sure, if I'm not mistaken, it was on the 19th June 1983. They rebelled with that ideology of liberating the South. And then after they rebel, they move out. From there, I think they lost the vision of their own principle of fighting liberation of the South Sudan. And then they become to attack the SPLM forces, and then also the block the roads coming to Bilfam, killing the unarmed recruits who are coming from Baragazal and the other areas to join the movement. That is another way to weaken the SPLA not to have enough forces. So these are all the things that had happened from that time. So here we speak, comrade, that is a reality that has the SPLA has the movement, or the SPLM has the movement, has gone to so many challenges. And I hope those challenges has overcome them. And I give you an example. In all of those challenges, if you see here, there have been many factionalism. So that factionalism has attempted the SPLA, SPLM, and actually try to weaken what. I'll give you an example here. The factionalism I mean by this virtue is that in 1983, from June 1983, when Abdullah Shul rebelled, he continued fighting the SPLA from 1983 to 1987, in those years. See. And then we have another faction also, which was in 1991 to 2002, which is called the South Sudan Independent Movement, called the SIS. And then there is from there also we have the SPLM North, who become now those of Malik Agar and Yasser Arman and those of Jubal and Nuba. And actually, those people, they have a right because we gain our independence. So they have the fair parties, they have to continue their struggle until they will be able to achieve their objective. So until 2002 to 2003, the SPLM started negotiation with the peace with the Bashir. And actually, the SPLM had achieved that peace. And that's why the SPLM have gained independence in 2011. From here, can I give you another example? Not too long. SPLM now, from those who lose hope, from those this factionalism, we have also with the SPLM DC, that was from 2009 to present, and now it's been abolished or not. There are so many factionalism. The SPLM was only the party that restored the hope of the Southern Sudanese people. It was the only party that brought the peace to the people of South Sudan. It's the only party that brought the independence to the people of South Sudan. This is the only party that everybody is now exercising that power. And when people voted in 2011 for independence, I think there were many people, of majority of the Southerners, they didn't vote from the beginning of their life. It was the first in their life in 2011. That's the exercise of the democracy. This is what the SPLM was fighting for. So these are all actually, to me, like today, is the history, because the SPLM or the South Sudanese people, they've never been having a history for their time. So this is the history that the South Sudanese people should be proud of. This is history that me have personally, although I contributed to the SPLA or not, even if I did not contribute it, and my colleagues did that, then I would be proud of. If they did that on my behalf, on the behalf of the other South Sudanese people. So I'm very proud of today to mark the 16th May of the 1983, which is now probably the total 37 years. And it is the memory that will not go away to the principle of the people of South Sudan. So this is what I can say. And also to pay my condolences for the generals who have lost their life, especially General Mariano Noir. He's been my colleague. He's been in intelligence for the military and been an intelligent in the radio operator and communication warfare. So he's a very good guy, actually. He's been my colleague and been my personal friend. But he went before us. I pay this respect to the family and all the other generals, and especially most generals who lost their lives in this May from Lakes, and all the people of Lakes are mourning. And we say that today also we put them in the priority of acknowledging them and sacrifice the services they have contributed to the people of South Sudan to gain their independence and be happy like today. Thank you, and I will say, thank you, Mr.
and Comrade Manger for the brief contribution that he has done and he has held the SPLM until 2011. While we're still waiting for the rest of the contributors, I'm not sure if Yul Madut is around.
Yeah, it's coming soon. Yuan Madud will join soon, so you continue with the program. Yeah.
All right. When if Yul Madut come, and then we will go continue with the program. But for now, because we need to stop in, Mr. Atem, I will ask you to proceed from your question, from your point that you have stopped in. And Tench, of course, later I will ask you to narrate us about the achievement of the SPLM chapter of Australia here. What have you achieved? Why do we have to have an SPLM office here in Australia? What is our objective later? But for now, I will leave you with Atem.
Yuan Madud,
Thank you, Comrade Atem. You can jump in.
you want to join now? Yuan Madud is with us.
Pardon?
Um, yeah, I tried to bring Yuan Madud in. So I think she would join us
There's a
soon.
problem of the volume. I cannot hear you, Peter.
Okay, I said Yuan Madud is about to join us, so I think it's having technical.
All right. When it's ready, just let us know,
Yeah.
because now we still have time with Atem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I think I'm grateful to Mangar because he has come up with part of the story. The early days of the SPLM were a bit complicated because sometimes we try to skip over this because it was the differences led to fighting in which lives were lost. And one of them was the Samuel Gaitut, and sometimes you would be reluctant to talk about these things because there could be several versions to what happened. And Mangar, I think, was very, very good in terms of trying to talk as somebody who was on the ground. One of the things also which the listeners may not know that the most informed people about the affairs of the SPLM or the struggle generally were the radio operators. Actually call them signalists, whatever. They knew everything going on and they were sworn to secrecy. They were not supposed to tell anybody what they knew. And I'm sure up to this moment, things he knows, most of us do not know. And it's good that they are silent because not everything we know must be told loud. So I was happy that he could fill that gap. The other part of it was when the disagreement heated. Late Joseph Odoho was telling me later that he decided to side with Garang because he said he told Akwat, Kwadatem, and Samuel Guy that he himself, Odoho, Samuel Guy, and Akwadatem were in leadership positions in the bush during Anyanya, unlike that. And that when the agreement was signed, the Addis Ababa agreement, the three men became senior people in the government. They became ministers. And he said, look, the three of us, if there is an accusation against the system of rule in Juba, we are part of it. Even if individually we were not involved in wrongdoing, collectively we could be said, oh yeah, these were the people who were responsible for things which were wrong during the Addis Ababa agreement. He also added that Garang, apart from not being involved with those things in Juba, had the military background and also with higher education. So this was what he told me. And I'm always reluctant to quote dead people because sometimes somebody will say, who was your witness? Who was there to testify about this? Anyway, I was supposed to talk about Radio SPLA, but before that, the influx of people to the SPLM, to the SPLM at the early days was very, very overwhelming. People came in big numbers. When you hear about the SPLM battalion, traditionally the conventional battalion was or used to be about 600 soldiers. But the SPLM battalion was double that, 1,200, 1,200 fighters making a battalion. And when you had this big group, divisions, like Koryom, which was made up of fighters from Bor, from Panaru, from Chulu Kingdom, they were 12,000. And if you have seen that photograph where John Garang is said to be walking in the sea or ocean of men, I was the one who took that photograph. Then after that, you had more, which was almost the same size. Then Zanzal, they were coming in big numbers. And later on from Equatoria and all this. Then the Nuba Mountains. The people who formed the SPLM, the fighting force, were students who dropped out, who left their studies in secondary schools and universities, some doing degrees in medicine. They had.
We have been joined by John Madut.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, please, let him have the floor.
Yeah, Andrew Newell Madut is with us.
Yes, hello?
Yeah, we are joined by Newell Madut, so you can introduce him. Welcome.
All right, just in a few minutes, we'll bring him in. Just a time for him to brief up and
to wrap up. We will finish it now. Just 5 minutes.
Okay. So.
And the volume is not clear, Peter.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Am I not clear?
No, you're okay.
No, you're clear, but
okay.
Peter is not clear. I cannot hear him.
Okay. Yes. Am I clear now?
No. Instead, Atem is very clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's only you.
Yeah. Okay. Let Uncle Atem continue. Yeah.
Yeah. So this was a real people's revolution. Revolution in the sense that all sectors, all the members, all communities from South Sudan were involved, and from different generations. You had the students who were very young people, secondary school, university, and then you had girls. We had what we hear today called Katiba Banat. It was not a name. They were trained, and they took part in the operations around Joko in 85, 86. Then there were even old people who were there. And I remember at the training center, they were talking about a Libyan freedom fighter who was in his 80s, called Omar or something. He used to be an example. And you had people from countryside, the cattle headers, all this joined the SPLM. And not only that, there were the people, the rural population were the ones feeding the SPLM with their grains, dry fish, cattle, and all that. At each time, the soldiers were coming back from the training center, coming with their heavy weapons. Each village they reach, young girls would be collected to go and help in carrying the heavy weapons for the soldiers. And these soldiers, wherever they arrive, they would be accommodated, given places to sleep, food to eat. So this was a people's war. It was not just, and then you had the people, internal cells, who were feeding the SPLM with the money, with the information, collecting money somehow for trips abroad, and all this. We don't need to reveal their names, who they are, but we know them. And then the church went around telling the world that our people are being oppressed. And can you help us? They came with relief food. Some countries which wanted to give big support, they provided weapons. When you know somebody is being oppressed, and the only way is to use the military force is to provide weapons. Weapons are not given just sambala. It's simply because somebody is convinced that you have a just cause and which you are not allowed to achieve your objective because the enemy is using military force. So you have to be armed. So these are things we always forget. We think of somebody carrying the gun. There are people, so many of them, and some of them will die without being known what they contributed. And again, it is not right for somebody who has contributed to complain, why am I not, why I'm not eating? Let us use this crude word, eating. I think the whole idea of people, including myself, living a very secure job. I was in a very middle-ranking position in the government of South Sudan, where I was getting something like 400 pounds per month. That was a huge amount of money, government car and everything. The reason I came was not to become anything other than to make the small contribution I could make. And if it meant that I would be given a position, okay, in order to do something, to contribute something rather than as a reward. If they say your services are unwanted, so it has nothing to do, I fought, I must be given this. No, what about the people whose cattle were given to the SPLM for feeding? What have they got? Yeah. So
Yeah,
is,
yeah,
is that okay, or do I have to proceed?
yeah. Proceed. Yeah.
Oh, yes,
Welcome, you.
This is Radio SPLM, the voice of the Sudanese Revolutionary Armed Struggle.
Go, speed up. Yes, Peter. We're gonna go back to our program. Thanks for the music, Peter.
Sorry, someone have asked for the song, so we thank him as well for the recommendation. So yeah, continue.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's part of a program anyway, because they have a right, the viewers have the right to
Yeah,
demand what they actually want.
yeah.
I would like to welcome Comrade Yol Madut, who is here with us, who is a former Red Army and also the former leader of SPLM Youth League in Australia. Welcome to the program, Yol. Can you hear me?
Thank
Yol
you,
Madut.
Comrade
Yeah.
Peter. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, it's clear now.
Hello? Can
Yes,
you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. Sorry. I've been having issues because I was trying to get in through my desktop, but I think it's having some problems.
Yes, I think you're right. Anyway, I just welcome you into the program, and I'll give you a chance after Comrade Atem conclude his presentation, and I will allow you, and I will allow the Atem to continue ahead with the program. We remain with 5 minutes to go, and then I will allow you also to come in before you come to the
Thank you.
program.
Yeah. Yeah. We talk about the Judge Ahmer. Judge Ahmer was not did not come into existence just in '87 or something like that. There were young boys who, I think, out of adventure, decided to get trained. I remember there was somebody called Alair, and he was about 4 years old. He trained at Bifam at Bonga, and after the graduation, all the forces were ready to go for operation. Alair was put aside, and then um, he got angry. He wanted to go to the war front. Then Major Salva Kiir at that time was in charge of training. He was a member of military high command and in charge of training. Pushed him aside and said, "Look, you are too young to go to fight." He was 15. He said, "No, I'm going to fight. I'm ready." He said, "No, there's no shortage of human resource. You are too young. There's no need for you to go." He became angry to the point he became rude, but he was stopped. I understand later on he managed to go to the war front on his own, but nobody went and used him for. So this idea that the SPLM was a heartless organization using children was a political thing. There was no shortage of people who were 18 and above who were fighting. The Jen Hammer letter to be taken were taken for educational purposes, not for fighting. But of course, there was this situation in case they grew to 18 and beyond, and the need arose that they would join the forces. So that's the part I wanted to add. Then before that, I had a song. If I've gone far, then you can stop me. There was that song by Duol. He was one of the martyrs. Unfortunately, he was one of the martyrs, especially Kapoeta. That song has been used very seriously, just like the people calling us the so-called liberators. They said, "Ki nas mindum galip, yaqulu inshallah abuya diu talga." This one has been very, very seriously to tarnish the image of SPLM as somebody, as people who can kill their own parents. It was, I mean, this is what they call, how do you call it? Metaphor. Metaphor is something you use to represent something. not the real thing. So, as a metaphor, it meant my relationship is my ideology is about relationship. For example, if you are with the enemy, even if you are my relative, I have nothing to do with you. Even the relative of the enemy who ideologically is on my side is my comrade. This is what it meant. It did not mean I'm going to shoot my own father. It meant if you are related to me, we come from the same place, we come from the same province, from the same, and you hold different ideas working with the enemy, you are not different from the enemy. That's what it meant. I
All
think
right.
that's enough for now.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
would like to
back for
thank
some
you
quick.
very much, Comrade Atem, for all the brief history, which is actually not brief, it's more details on it that I have never had before. For a person like me, I'm very happy to hear this kind of history because I grew up my Jalaba. I didn't know this, the movements and the history and things behind the meetings and the liberation. So now I would like to bring Nyol Madut into the discussion. And some of the discussion is because you have been one part of, you grow up in the movement. My brother, my comrade Nyol, you grow up in the movement until you left Australia here. And you have led the Youth League in Australia here. Up to now, still under your leadership. What can you tell us about the contribution of SPLM Youth League into the SPLM as a political party and even into South Sudan government?
Thank you, Comrade Andrew, and my fellow comrade, our senior comrade, Comrade Tem, those for me, also Comrade James. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to also acknowledge and that the role that Comrade Peter Lual played in hosting this moment for us to pay tribute and acknowledge, share a bit about the history of SPLM as a movement, as a revolutionary movement. I also want to take this opportunity before I comment to just go back a little bit and acknowledge. I know my colleagues have already done that, but it's expected of us to basically acknowledge our fathers long before the founding of the SPLM SPLA. There were people, SPLM SPLA actually picked up from where others left. Our forefathers who and revolutionary leaders who revolted in Anyanya 2, of 1965 in October, and, and many who joined, who pretty much laid the foundation of SPLM. There was, of course, Anyanya One for that, and even long before Anyanya One, our forefathers, yes, the 1955 revolt in Torit that led basically to Anyanya One. But even long before that, there were people like Gordon Motat and the rest, William Daniel, who were involved early on in the earliest, in the earliest in 30s, in 20s. Our tradition have also played roles. Long before we had all these modern political leaders and all this, those who safeguarded our lands, the land of the present land of South Sudan, were actually chiefs who led their people to protect them, especially during the days of slavery, where South Sudan was seen as the ground for hunting the slaves, where slave masters from the north, further from the north, were coming to the south, fought and hunt people, hunt strong men and women into and youth providers of labor or sold further in the Middle East and in the Arab world. So all these people played role during a movement like this. we must acknowledge them because history will not forgive us if we tend to focus where SPLA began on the 16th of May 1983. So I want to recognize and acknowledge all this. I also want to pay particular tribute to our recent comrades, the general in the past few weeks. We've lost very uh, in South Sudan, senior military figures, among Marial, we all know, who is a hero, revolutionary hero, an officer of SPLA, contributed immensely to the liberation program. Many people know his story. So, as setting and respecting, paying our tribute, we want to acknowledge and to add him to the list of our allies who sacrificed life, along with the other colleagues, the other generals have been three others that lost their lives in the past. I acknowledge them. And coming as Comrade Atem was here, as obviously as our senior comrade, and he has shared a lot of history. Sorry, I missed some of the things, some of his presentation, but I'm sure he has taken us back to how he got to 15th of May. But before that, not after that, the founding of okay, when he's talking about the contribution of special army. What you asked, Andrew, asked me about the contribution of Youth League, the SPLM Youth League. I think to give a bit of correction, I'm a former SPLM Youth League leader because I left and I moved to South Sudan where I transferred my membership to the headquarters of SPLM. And pretty much the election was meant to be done by fellow inductees. We it happened. They got caught up in so that the Victoria chapter was having. So we always recognize, we always respect boundaries. So I continue to contribute, but I myself a former leader of by the fact that officially informed the membership and transferred to Juba. Now, the contributions of SPLM Youth League is not very far from some of what Comrade Atem highlighted in terms of the contribution of Youth League is pretty much the contribution of young people. What is the contribution of young people? What is the South Sudan in general to what has been the contribution to the liberation struggle? Because pretty much Youth League was formed. It was formerly NISIA, used to be New Sudan Youth Association during our liberation days and when we used to be in liberation areas. The NISIA was transformed to SPLM shortly after after the peace agreement. I think that transformation was around 2006. So pretty much this year, as we know, many young people that had joined the movement at a very young age who grew up. We call them the children of the revolution. They are called sometimes the seeds, the Betap, there are many names. And further to the west, some of them actually been called lost boys and lost girls. And it's a that sometimes some of us don't. But all these labels and tags belong to the generation of young people, the generation of that. Say no young people from these were young people across marginalized areas, across were young people from the west in Darfur, the young people from eastern Sudan, there were young people from Lower Mountains who had joined the movement at very young stories where their families had been subjected to untold injustices, suffering, houses had been burned, people had been robbed of their livelihoods, and all this. So all this is actually what led. So many of the children, many of us that joined the movement at a very young age were pushed. Some of the children were pushed by what was happening. And despite being at a very young age, we went, we joined the movement. Some of us were trained and went to the front line where we were able to contribute. To the liberation struggle. Many Jewish Alamer lost their lives. By the way, I'm part of the Jewish Alamer who were taken. My company, Jewish Alamer, was taken from Bilfam shortly after capturing of Kurmuk, and we were taken to Kurmuk. By then, the enemy had overstretched our forces in Kurmuk. Many lives lost, and there was a lot of push from the north, from the government of Sudan, take back Kurmuk. Most of our
you're not very clear. There seems to be noise in the background. Put
pardon?
the TV on.
Is that noise from me?
Yeah, I think it's from
I think
you.
the background is not something in the background. Can you check it out?
Yeah, check if the computer is on. Yeah.
Well, from here, it looks all okay.
There's
I'm in
some
a quiet.
complaint from the viewers
Huh?
that they're not getting you in your.
No, they're not hearing.
Yeah, you're clear now. Yeah, but check the another device on.
Uh, okay. Well,
You have a TV close to the
no,
TV, or
no, there's no even TV. I'm just I'm in my.
Oh, okay, check.
Yeah.
still? I think.
Can I leave and come back again?
You're okay now. Yeah,
Am I okay now?
yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It looks like there is another device open, like a TV or mobile or something like that.
Well, the only thing probably let me just close. Let me just close my desk.
Anyway, it's clear now. You can
Is it
speak.
better now?
Yeah.
I think the noise.
Annual, you can speak now.
Yeah. Mm.
Okay, welcome back. That was. Thank you.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So you see, so what I was saying is that so we went, we were taken to Kurmuk. Of course, it was an experience, lifetime experience, as Comrade Tim said. I think the intention was to take those that were a bit older, because the policy of SPLM, SPLA by then was not actually to take even those that were trained. For example, the Jesh Alamer of Zalzal 1, because I'm part of Zalzal 2, that were trained in Belfam. The Jesh Alamer of Zalzal 1 were there when we were taken to frontline, when we were taken to Kurmuk. So a bit older boys were selected, and myself, I remember Comrade Chigai actually removing me. I was removed twice because I was meant to remain in Belfam and continue with the school because I was too young by then. But I was stubborn. I really wanted to go front lines to contribute, because during those days, you know what it was, listening to the radio of SPLA. I've actually been in training camp where I've been pumped up with all these, theories and a lot of political commissioners. There were lectures that we would attend, 4 6 hours a night. So almost every soldier that went through Medan, you left your home as probably as a farmer, a son of a farmer, a person that did not understand anything about the revolution, and you went through the training, the SPLA training, military training in Bilfa, Bongo, and other places. You come out at the other end as a different person. You would come out totally different person from yourself, where ordinary people were turned into revolutionary weapons. people who understood what the liberation struggle was about, and people who were willing and to sacrifice their lives to be able to free the rest of the marginalized Sudanese. So myself, along that, despite the fact that I was young, look, I did not see myself as a child. Almost had a heart of an adult, of a big person. I really wanted to go to front line, fight with the Arabs, and because of injustice, things that I've been through, things that I've seen my home through, relatives that I've lost, and many things uh, I had gone through long before I walked all the way from Barry Rizal to Bilfam. So I wanted to go and fight and give back, avenge for all this that had befallen our homes and our villages and our families. So pretty much the contribution of Jesh Alamer, as Comrade Atem shared, is a contribution that is recognized. Many of us, by the way, my company that went to Blue Nile, many of my colleagues lost life. I was lucky later on. I was removed from the front line by late Comrade Kuala Mom, moved me to his headquarters, and later on I was moved to the headquarters of Comrade William Nguyen in 1989, as we were going, as there was mobilization of the SPLA to take Kurmuk for the second time. So you can also see the vision that our leaders had. Many of our leaders by then cared a lot about the future. They cared about the lives of many young people, many Jesh Alamer. And that's why I was sent back from Blue Nile. I was sent back from the front line in Kurmuk back to school in Itang. And it was an order that, look, a lot of your war is still ahead. Go back to school and you will be able to help and save the country in the
Well,
future. This was the kind of, so the contribution of young people, the contribution of Youth League, I would say, as Youth League is meant to be a nursery, where, let's say, the SPLM Youth League, the SPLM Students Leagues, and all this, as you know, the Women Leagues and all this, these are meant to be nurseries where future leaders are cultivated, where the values of the movement, the values for which many lives, millions of lives, were sacrificed for, are inculcated
same like mine.
into the younger generation, and it's meant to be an area of training where future leaders are trained. And as we know, many of our current leaders, many current leaders, be it military leaders, some of the political leaders in SPLM, were actually Jesh Alamer. Some of them were young themselves. Some of them were leaders, people like called Paul, who later on joined us. He was in the north, I think, during the liberation days. You've seen he has made his contribution. A number of other comrades in Youth League,
Yeah.
and so the contribution of Jesh Alamer or young people in general, be it through Youth League, and where we are pretty much, we should be talking of young South Sudanese young people in general. Our contribution is that our elders, our leaders, our heroes, liberators have done their part. They have done their part. They've delivered the country through a lot of sacrifices that were made. Some people are walking wounded. You may be seeing, by the way, and people need to understand this. A number of our leaders that you see today have challenges, things they have baggage from the liberation days. People are working with stories of trauma. People are working with so many things. If you've been to frontline, anybody that's been to frontline knows these stories. The stories where you're with your colleague 1 minute, the next 1 minute
Well,
one goes. So I would say
well,
our contribution as young people, is to actually pick up the country has been delivered through independence, and see our role where we are, be it Jesh Alamer, those who are those that are back
all
home,
right.
to
I just want.
charge, to take charge of the country, take charge, take responsibility of your country, take charge of the
Yeah,
future
I
of
want.
South Sudan from here.
Uh, can I interrupt you for a while?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to interrupt you for a while. Can you hold on into for now? I want to bring David Teng also to reflect on the achievement of the SPLM chapter in Australia in general. Why was it formed here? Kenya, are you there?
Yeah, he will join us.
David Teng? Peter?
Yeah, I'm inviting him.
Okay.
Badiria kuna jake pol kudam gulwa jiba la tueng kera inda war Sudan. Sudan
Ten, please follow that link and join us. We are waiting for you. Thank you. I've sent him the link again.
Okay. While for now, I'm not sure Comrade Atem is still there.
No, he had left, but he will come back if there are questions.
Okay.
And the
I
forum.
think we still have, because on the program now, it's only Nyol Madut is available and James Manga.
Yeah.
And what I would like to bring in attention to all our viewers that we've been sponsored by African World Book. It is a publishing company which is owned by our comrade and brother in the same time, Peter Lowell. So in case of anyone want to publish a book, you want to write a book, they can provide you help and guidance, and even they can help you or publish your book. So please log on to African World Book program, and you will see out from there what they can provide for you. But for now, as we are talking about reflection on history and a contribution that some of the members of SPLM in diaspora have uh, contributed to South Sudan, I will for now go back to Nyol Madud. Nyol, are you there? Nyol Madud?
Yes,
Yeah.
Andrew.
Just going back to
Yes.
you.
Yeah.
Ten is still
The link.
not available, and the other contributors are not yet here. So my question is to you: It's we are in the era of development. We have conflicts already with the Jalaba is gone, and then we had our own South Sudanese problem, which it resolved. And now the question here from one of our viewers is saying this: what can the SPLM members and South Sudanese community members in diaspora contribute to the development of South Sudan itself? And as a government now, leading government, which is a ruling government now led by SPLM, what can the SPLM in diaspora, in their capacity, help to improve projects in the area of health, education, and foreign investment?
Yeah. Look,
Yes.
that's a good question, and where we are, I know we here reflecting on our history of liberation struggle, where we've come. But we know all these reflections, and we're talking about sacrifices, lives that have been lost, including our leaders, the founding leaders like Dr. John, Comrade Carbino Kwanyin Bol, Comrade William Nguyen Bany, Rogathon, and many of their colleagues, those of Lual Ding Wol, those of Galario Modi, Nyachigab Nyachuluk, Comrade Joseph Oduo, Comrade Martin Manuel, Comrade Martin Major, all these sacrifices that were made and all these lives that were lost is because that's why we are where we are today. We have the country. But it's very important that this liberation that was fought, the SPLM SPLA, would not have been fought the way it was fought, with those massive sacrifices, with the massive mobilization across all the corners of Sudan, if it was not for the strong vision, the strong vision, the driving ideology that was driving the SPLM, SPLA, we would not have succeeded. And I've told you earlier on, a situation where a farmer would live, let's say, the hills of Equatoria. Uh, Sometimes a farmer that went to Belfam or Bongo, and that farmer was trained and turned into a revolutionary soldier that was taken, let's say, to Eastern Sudan and died in Eastern Sudan. The very reasons why our people were dying and all the bones of our martyrs are all over Sudan is simply because of a clear vision of where we knew where we came from. Of course, history of injustices, oppressions, underdevelopment. One of the things that we're fighting with the North was not because of religion alone. Issues of Christianity versus Islam. It was also about development. As you know, the South was neglected by successive governments from the North. Okay, right before the independence of South Sudan. Of course, when we were all under the rule of Egypt. We were the South was neglected. The South was neglected from areas of development. So the current challenges that we have are actually historical challenges. And given that we now have the country, a country that we call our own, led by our own sons and daughters of the land, seriously, there's no reason for our people to continue suffering the way they are suffering. What we need to do, we need to organize ourselves. We need to have, work on vision. There has to be clear vision. We need to have clear
Welcome back, Atem.
Yes, thank you,
we need to have clear
thank
driving ideology. Okay, what is driving us? What did we fight for? All these things. You look at the SPLM constitution, and all these things are well identified in terms of even the development goals and plans. These things are there. But mind you, Andrew, and the rest, what people need to know is that since the independence of South Sudan, we've not actually managed. We managed to get rid of the Arabs, the physical Arab. But as the SPLM, SPLA government or the government of South Sudan did not get rid of the system, the very system that we were fighting against has actually been left intact in South Sudan. Most of the ministries are still running. Our system, including public service system and many things, many services are still running on the very models that we're fighting against. The models that were
So, so Newell,
the models that were left
so
behind by
Newell, I just want to interrupt you or give you
yes,
a
Andrew.
question. So, do you think the achievement, or do you think the objective of the SPLM uh, since it started in 1983 has not been achieved, or what can you tell us
We have Andrew.
in a brief?
We
In a
have
brief.
a country called South Sudan, which is a major objectives, and on top of those objectives, the fact that we have an independent country, it actually means we have achieved some of our objectives, but we remain behind in terms of many other social issues, many other things that we're fighting against the North for. Things like development, things like education, issues of illiteracy, okay, lack of roads, lack of electricity, lack of clean water, okay, lack of sufficient production or development of agricultural sector. When we look at the mining of our minerals and petroleum, and even how at the moment, it actually shows that we are still bit far from achieving those objectives, so that we're able to totally free our people. We can only say we've achieved objectives, Andrew, when our old men and women that sacrifice chicken, goats, cattle, and all the grains and the maize and cassavas and all this that they had, that sacrificed them to support the revolution. If we are able to help some of this older generation through provision of good health system, having clinics, all over South Sudan, people are dying. People are dying simply because of lack of access to a good healthcare system. Okay, we have resources. We have resources that have been mismanaged, resources that have managed well, resources that have not been used well to actually provide what we can say a world class or acceptable level of healthcare system. Okay, we have resources that we could have used to actually pump into our education system so that every child is enrolled. Mind you, education is a basic human right, and it sits in the document, including the SPLM constitution, that every child is entitled to education. If you go across South Sudan, in all our regions, remote areas, young
All
people are
right.
working, looking after animals instead of going to school.
Okay.
Or some of them are unable to actually go to school
I'll,
simply because their
I'll,
parents cannot afford that.
okay. Thank you very much. I would like to the same question. I would like if Comrade Atem can jump in and help us to clarify whether we as SPLM party reflection to our achievement and the reason why we went to the bush and to our time now we are in an independent state. Have 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 we achieved, or the SPLM have achieved its all objective, or what are the challenges that we have got through on the way since the revolution into the independent state?
Well, the when we are celebrating, it's okay. It's good for people to look back and reflect what has been achieved and what remains to be done. I think on this occasion we need to, I mean, on individual level, one needs to be a bit. We don't need to spoil the celebration, the mood of celebration, because we have a lot of things undone. Like what the Bible says, we have done what we are not supposed to do, and we have not done what we are supposed to do. It is not surprising, considering the development of the SPLM as a political party. Any liberation movement is always led by a political organization, giving directive to the what the objectives are and how they should be achieved. What went wrong, I think, had something to do with the nature of our problem. Politics, as such, conventional politics, do not have a role in our situation. Because if you look into our recent history, every time some political groups demanded certain things, like, say, for example, the time when we were debating about the South should be divided or should remain the same, some people ended up being arrested. And instead of allowing free debate, now, with the Khartoum government, there was no room for talking. Logic has no place. It was just people had to be silenced militarily. This one gave the leadership of the SPLM, SPLA, Originally, it started as SPLA, SPLM, but later on, in around 86, that the change happened, reversed,
Got a problem.
SPLM, SPLA. The whole thing was when these people were using military force as a way of subduing the South. I think what was uppermost in the mind of the leadership of the new organization was that let us answer force by force, and later on we will organize politically. So let us be honest. And I was part of the early days when we were trying to operate as SPLM. We used to go to meetings with other political organizations, just like the Coca Dam meeting in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, when we went as SPLM. But generally, we were soldiers, all of us, and we were dressed up in uniform. And the head of our delegation was Karbina Kwanyan, who was number 2 person, a soldier. The spokesperson for the meeting was Major Arakon Arak, also military man. And it was not easy to talk politics. I mean, it was like we will organize politically after we have secured our position. I remember John Garang one time telling people, if we begin to have government in exile like what Anyanya used to do, we will be found sitting under trees, and we will be forced. I think the priority was let us handle this, and I even know some civilians were very very happy seeing the government being routed militarily. Joseph Lagu's forces were not strong enough because they did not have enough weapons. They were unable to capture towns. So one time he was reported to have said, "Oh yes, there is a difference now. So it was a way of answering. Uh, they found that the medicine these people wanted was military. Unfortunately, instead of running them concurrently, the military and the political was pushed back. And this is a people should not themselves. The SPLM never met unless there was a crisis. And this is not supposed to be the case. A political party must be working 7 days a week. 24 hours. This was not our case.
All right.
Meetings were far and between. I mean, there was nothing like active SPLM. And now, because the military was the one in control of the situation, you could see from our colleagues, now they think that if you are a very senior officer, you are more informed than the junior person who might even be better off in whatever you are doing. That one was unfortunate. The war in, say for example, when you take South Africa, ANC, which was the political organization, was the one directing the war. The soldiers, the military wing was subordinated to the political wing. This was not our case. We were not the same case with us. Now,
Comrade Atem,
yes.
can I just jump in here? I just want to make sure Comrade David Ten is around and Comrade David Kotkati.
David is not around because the screen just only can accommodate about 4 people, including me. So I will drop some of the speakers, then we can interchange anytime. That is okay.
Yeah, because it's only three of us here now.
Okay.
We are Paul Nyual Maduti there.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you want to make a statement, it's okay. You can.
Just drop me and get him in.
Mhm.
Okay, okay. Yes,
Yeah.
Ten will join
I
us.
think
Yeah,
he
Yeah.
sent a message here that he want to be added.
Okay.
yeah let him send a request again. It will come through.
Okay. So
All right. You still have 3 minutes to go, Comrade Aten.
okay. Yeah. So let me just talk not just theoretically but practically. It was the time the SPLM started thinking very seriously about organizing as a political body was after the split. This is the time they had to go to Shukudum and establish structures, which should have been in place much earlier on. And probably some of the problems like the split might have been prevented. Now, when we went to Juba, I'm talking in terms of SPLM. I was not personally there. It was the military calling the shots. Even the ministers there, very, very few of them were civilians. All these were former commanders, those of Bengal were military men, and all this. And all. Now, if things have gone wrong like that, that's history. What is next? What can it be rescued? Can the SPLM be reformed and made a very viable political organization which brings everybody on board and supervises? Well, for example, it's supposed to be, it is the ruling party, and it's the one supposed to be supervising the executive, the ministries, the what, whoever is in charge. If there's somebody is not doing the job very well, it is the SPLM to call that person. No, you are not performing according to his expectation. That person is pulled away from that and substituted with another SPLM member. We don't have that. The SPLM has been active in name, but in practice, in Juba last time, you could even go on Saturday and there was nobody working there. They were not even visiting, traveling across the country to spread the word. So if we are surprised today that there is division and things are not happening, it is simply because we do not have a solid political base. And this is not surprising. I think I should end there on this matter.
All right. Thank you, Comrade Atem. And we're still waiting whether Peter, are you around?
Yeah, Ten is coming.
Is Tench there?
Uh, yeah, he has joined now. Eventually.
Yes, David Tench, welcome back.
David.
Hey,
Can
uh,
you hear me, David Tench?
yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
We remain only for 42 minutes to finalize our program, but I would like to bring you in to narrate to us the reasons and the achievement of SPLM in diaspora here in Australia
Uh,
in a very brief
um,
one. Just after the
Wes, can you? Oh,
after the break, we have a music now.
all right. Before that, um, uh, Honorable Atem Yek, the former information minister for government of South Sudan, uh, uh, Comrade Peter Lual. I don't know whether I heard Newell were talking, and Mangar CD Mangar Comrade Mangar was talking, and I missed part of his speech. I don't know whether all the comrades are online or not. But let me say this first of all, and Thomas, I want to thank you, Peter Lual of African World Books, brother. Thank you so much. We appreciate you and we acknowledge your contribution to the cause. Is not only you as individual, is the country, and your contribution is acknowledged, brother. I remember.
Yeah,
Let me remind you
on behalf of the team, we are a
of.
team, and we are
Yeah, yeah,
obligated. David, fine. Yeah,
Let me come in. Let me come in. Let me come in. Let me come in. When the World Books and all the launching, when comrade ambassador Dr. Gayo, okay, was here in Australia. You know the launching in Victoria here, and comrade Adamiya was there. He remember that. So we need to acknowledge ourselves. We need to appreciate what we are doing, and even if it is a small thing, we need to acknowledge to appreciate. You know what?
David, do you have other device next to you?
Huh?
Because the background is not clear. There's some.
No. I think it's not from me. Can you check? It's not
if
from
can
me.
you check whether
No,
there is mobile on our computer, David?
no, no,
Uh,
no,
There
no,
should be a
no, no,
mobile.
no. Can, Peter Lual,
yes.
can you check from yourself? I've
No, I'm saying
nothing
from
the
your.
background. I don't know why the echo. Huh?
Yeah, if you have
Can you
no.
guys hear me very well?
It's very difficult to hear you, but yeah, sort of more noise.
Okay. Can you switch off? Can you put off the TV? Yes, for a while, huh?
Uh, check if your Facebook is on through the computer as well. So
No, no. The echo is not me. It's not me. Can you double check from all of us?
So I'm not sure from where, but it's very difficult for the view.
are you clear now?
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. But there is a still echo.
No, no, it's not on my side.
Okay, good. Okay. Let me try to take.
Am I clear now?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Continue.
Am I clear now? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I want to, as I said earlier,
You are with Yuan Madud. Yuan Madud, welcome back.
it, I can see
Yeah.
Nyola.
So the
I can
program is
see you.
yours. So continue, and
Okay.
we will
Okay.
be joined
Okay.
by
Okay,
Minyang,
Peter.
and it will be often after you people.
Yeah.
Uh, so it will be
I
often everyone.
early before Comrade was on, or the rest, I was acknowledging the all of you as a comrade, and then again we as a country, whether we are in Australia or anywhere else, but again we are remembering the liberation struggles. First of all and foremost, for all of you, and it was done by Comrade Andrew Ede, that we observe 1 minute silence,
Yep.
and I need to also remind us, all of us, uh, maybe Comrade Peter Lual and Comrade Honorable Atem would call back and he talk about this, that yeah, and he mentioned names starting with Comrade Lino and the rest who pass on, and we remember their contributions. And let me go back and I said, maybe a lot of people are watching, and I want to say this: we lost a very prominent individual comrades. Maybe Uncle Lynn talk about this, and trust me, at the same time, we are not celebrating life, but we are actually commemorating. I want to send this message to Ural community as well as the Leg State as a whole, that we are mourning with you, for the death of, Comrade General Mariel Noor and the rest that I mentioned earlier. And, if you guys was alive, Uncle Tim, Honorable Uncle Comrade Tim mentioned a lot of names. As we are now talking about, we are commemorating on, we are narrating about the liberation struggle. At the same time, we lost, very important people in our country. With, a person of General Marial Noor, Jok, and the rest. And I mentioned them, maybe Newell, you were not online, and the rest of comrade. We lost also the same time Comrade Dang, Comrade Lea Diu, Comrade Madang Gadwell, who are no longer with us now. And they are very big comrade. If you talk about Lea Diu and Gadiang Gadwell, they are the comrades who are serving the Division 4 in Bentiu. And they are no longer with us. And we send to the families, individual who are mourning, Ural community, our heartfelt, regarding all the comrades, and we are with you. We are mourning with you as a community, as individual, as a family, and all the comrades who are no longer with us and they pass away. We will never be able to replace them, but God may rest their peace, may the life in eternal peace.
All
That's
right.
what I want to say before I say anything. Coming to all the programs, I've not heard about Comrade Mangar and Comrade Madud. But later I will revisit what they said. But to me, from here, what you guys have done, it is historical day, and we thank you so much, and we praise God for this day, because I like the debate. I like, and I thank you, Comrade Peter, for initiating this and also hosting this. I listened very carefully before I went off to Comrade Honorable Atemia. I listened maybe quarter to what Newell was saying and the rest of the comrade. But again, we acknowledge and we are mourning And this thing does not stop us to commemorate 37th anniversary of liberation struggle. So thank you so much for all of you, and may God bless you. And I believe we'll still continue to do more than what we have done today. Uh, and I thank you for panels. Okay, person of Comrade Honorable Temia and Comrade Mangar, James Mangar, and Comrade Yon Badut. From here, from me to you, all of you, may God bless us, and may God, give us strength for us to realize the dreams of all these hero and heroines who have sacrificed their lives for our sake, for us to see uh, a country called South Sudan. And believe it or not, Comrade Peter, we have a lot of work to do for us to realize, the dreams that was passing. And I believe a lot of discussions and elaborations, and
Comrade Ten?
also his liberation was always said when I was offline. And what I want to say from here, my brother, as a comrade in the struggle, we have a lot of work to do. But for all the viewers, South Sudan is our country. Trust me, you can be in Australia, America, Europe, and everywhere, but country is a place to be. Let's work very hard to make sure that we unite. We work very hard to make sure that we give our contribution when
Uh,
before
David Ten,
we are actually no more in this world.
before you
This
conclude,
is what.
yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
David Ten,
I think there is
what?
a network
There's a
issue.
network. There's a network problem. So before he actually conclude the program, I want to bring into viewers' attention that there is a SPLM chapter leader who is with us. I'm not sure he's online now. Mading Malak, are you on?
I think they will join the group, and David Quill tried to join, but I think there is issue as well. So
Uh,
yeah, so that team
okay.
will join. So we will have people across the state, and even in
Yeah.
America, they will join later on.
Before,
We will have interaction after
so
you.
we are going to have interaction now. I just want to bring James Manger to
Yeah.
jump in into the question of achievement and and the challenges.
Okay.
This is all about reflection. We're reflecting of our achievements,
Yeah.
a history of the SPLM, our liberators, our leaders who are both past and present. This
Okay.
is the day that nobody will forget. It's not just about the SPLM only. This has become a national celebration that is supposed to all South Sudanese should celebrate that. It is a very important day that we took the arm to show the oppressed that we are here. We will not accept to be marginalized. So I will allow James Manga to jump in for 2 minutes, and then we can open the discussion.
Yeah.
Everybody can ask a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Andrew, for inviting me again. Actually, to me, I can say simply that the achievement of the SPLM or the SPLA has been done. The objective has been achieved, but I think personally is that the implementation of the objectives is the only that one left, and that how can we implement the objective of the SPLA? For example, taking town to the people, and then also building the human resources. I could remember when we used to, when I was in mobile headquarters with Dr. John, when we visited this Jay Summer at the refugee camps, he used to say, you, Jay Summer, you need to study. Don't go to the war. You need to study. I need engineers from you. I need doctors from you. I need pilots from you. I need whatever, all the fields that from you. And then this is how we build the one united democratic Sudan. So it was encouraging that all the J Chamber was encouraging them that to continue with the study, motivating them that education is value and that nobody can take it away from you. The power can be taken by somebody, the land can be taken, and you can even lose your life simply. But
Yeah.
when you lose your land, then you don't have anywhere to belong. So that was the encouragement Dr. John used to say for J. Hammer. And then now, as I said, it's only the implementation of the objective of the SPLA, SPLM. That's only the main thing to do. And then how we do this is that all the people who are in diaspora, members of the SPLM, sympathizers of the SPLM, supporters of the SPLM, have to move in a very massive way, bringing all this education that we acquired in different values. Look like, for example, here in Victoria, how many doctors, PhD holders we have now, and especially from this JHAMR, you see? And that is the fruitfulness of the liberation of the SPLA, SPLM. So to have these people, then that means you develop the country. So the human development or the human investment is the main thing that the SPLM, SPLA should focus on, especially the SPLM has a ruling party from now. Has a ruling party has the capacity to bring in all the SPLM who acquire education as long as they were in the refugee camp. Like, for example, how the Lost Boys came in. The Lost Boys, it was the UNHCR who, after the fall of Mengistu, the UNHCR lost vision. Where are these the unaccompanied minors? Because we move out from Penido to Pichala, then from Dima to Buma, where I was, we went to evacuate them. Then from Itang, they moved toward Nasser. So from there, the UNHCR that was providing food and other education materials got lost control and doesn't know where these massive boys are. And that's where when they come to Kenya, this is where the name of Lost Boys when they came out. So we has the SPLM who acquire different knowledge and have the background. And I used to say to the old members, especially the J Shama, be a part of the history. Be the part of the history that can bring the development. Be the part of the history that can bring the change. Be the part of the history that can create and even educate your own children to be a part of that history. So the part of the history that will bring the destruction is not a good one.
Yeah, Comrade Mayar, I just want to take you back.
This is what I can say about it. Thank you.
All
Uh,
right, Peter, are you around?
yeah, there is a question that I want to ask Comrade Mayar.
Okay.
On the 6th of December, because you have said that the objective of the SPLMs have been achieved, but the implementation has not been done yet.
Yeah.
I could remember on the 6th of December 2013, Honorable Chol Tongmaya said that we are foreign governors governing you. What is your response? Is the vision a jack?
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
On the 6th of December 2013, Chol Tongmaya in the meeting said that we
Mm,
are foreign governors governing you.
mm.
So, what is your response to that question or that statement?
Yeah, of course. To me, he can see that he can see himself that because he didn't participate in the armed struggle and become the governor, does not mean that the SPLM has lost his compatriots or lost his members. But the idea is toward inclusiveness. That's what we were fighting for. So whoever, whether you participate in the war, you participated or you are not participating, and you become a South Sudanese by virtue of your birth or by virtue of nationality, and you have a capacity to contribute. Now is the time for everyone to contribute in the building of the country. So to me, when he said that, it's not even a logic at that sense. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. John Garang in the book called The Power of Creative Reasonings, page 48. What was supposed to be done after 180 days was to take town to the people. And the cost of taking town to the people was about 250 million. Why was it not possible?
Yeah, if I can refer you back again to my question that the objective of the SPLM has not been implemented.
Yeah.
And if they were to be implemented, that is the one point of the result that taking down to the people. That is the implementation of the objective of the SPLM. So I think that question will not come back again because I already highlighted it that the objective have not been implemented. The objective has been achieved, but they have not been implemented. Like that, taking down to the people and then allowing this the SPLM cadres to come up with that ideology and carry on. So that the ideology of the SPLM and the principle of the SPLM is still in our heart, is still in our mind, but we didn't have that chance to do it.
So,
Like those in Anyanya One, when the peace was signed, there were those who were against the peace. But what happened? Their voice was become very few, so the peace went on. And that's why maybe it happened now to the SPLM members like us here. If somebody have that knowledge and deliver the services to the people, and you don't have that chance, then your voice become very few, and will not even allow you to lose your hope. Like I said before in my talk, in my speech, that the SPLM has restored the hope of the people who lose the hope. The SPLM have lost, have regained the principle for the people to come back, and even has provided the exercise of democracy. You see, so these are
but
the few things that the
to,
SPLM has achieved,
to,
but
to,
only
to,
implementation that is
to
the
me,
problem.
sorry for interfering.
Peter,
To me,
Peter,
yeah, yeah.
Peter, can you open the forum for the other viewers also to join us? You said
Okay,
some have
okay.
some
Can I
You
questions
want
or
to do
say
it,
this?
questions.
and Uncle Tim.
Uncle Atem is around.
Yes. I've not been answered by Honorable Mangel James because to me the way that I took the
Say
statement
this, Peter.
is that it is because
Peter,
yeah,
can you hear me?
yes.
Yeah,
So
I'm
what
going
is your
to quickly
response to
say.
Chol Tong Maya is saying that we are foreign governors governing you? To me, I took like most of our members in the parliaments have dual citizenship, and that's why
No,
there
no.
had been a lot of development. Yeah,
I think it depends on the context. It depends how you look at it.
yeah.
You know,
So how do you look at it?
I think for me, how I look at that, Comrade Chol saying we foreign governors governing you, I think it was more of a challenge. It was
Yes.
more of a challenge to the leaders. That our leaders tend to have the tendency, okay, of more allegiance to outside than allegiance on people that they're leading. It's actually about call on leaders to invest homes. It's about call for leaders, like the challenge of healthcare that we have, the challenge of education system that we have, all these things. You've had in the past that all our leaders have all their children outside the country. And therefore, people have said our leaders don't care about investing in the healthcare system, about investing in stronger or well-class education, simply because their kids are not in the country. So for me, I think that's how I would contextualize what Comrade Paul Tongmayai said. It is about allegiance. It is a challenge to the leaders. Let's have our alliance with the people. Let's prioritize the needs of our people. Let our policy focus on progress, development, and moving our people forward by doing wonderful things in our country, including investing in our country instead of investing in foreign countries.
Yes, Uncle Tim, what is your response?
Pardon?
Chol Tong Maya stated that we are foreign governors governing you. So he was telling our members of the parliament or party members when they had meeting on the 5th of December 2013 in Juba. So he stated clearly that we are foreign governors governing you. So what would be your interpretation or response?
I'm not really sure about what he meant, but I think if we are talking about some of the problems we have today, it was simply shying away from asking people who had managed the affairs of the South before. Without going into details, the government, I think around 2010, formed a body under the leadership of Professor Machar, former Vice President of Sudan, and the former Vice President of University of Juba, and membership of late Dr. Priscilla Joseph Kush, and others, whose mission was to set up and see how the civil service in South Sudan would function. I'm not sure what will happen with that task, but that was the right approach because lacking experience and basing things on, modern world should be run on a scientific basis. We had people who worked before in the government, the regional government in South Sudan, and these people, most of them are still there. And it was better that they should have been trainers, telling people, don't do this. For example, the relationship between civil servants and ministers is the worst you can think of. Normally, civil servants are supposed to be the ones in charge of everything, including finance. When you have undersecretary called, there's a word for it. He is in charge of the budget of the ministry. But it's not surprising with people who don't even know their mission. The minister could even ask an undersecretary to release some money. And this is completely wrong because the minister, privileges of the minister, the car, the fuel, the salary, comes from the Council of Ministers. The money for the ministry, the budget of the ministry, the minister is in charge of, he has nothing to do with it. And these are the things we should be, you don't even, no matter with the PhD, you will not know this. You have to know it with even the small person, the clerk in the ministry, to tell you, Your Excellency, this is not your responsibility. Now, because this system is not clear, the minister can just come and give an order to the undersecretary, get me the money. If the undersecretary has the courage to say no, this man is in the street tomorrow. And this is where we were wrong. Because the civil servants are actually the government, the real government, because they remain and the ministers can go. And until we realize that the civil service is everything, we will have problems of accountability. We also have the army. Everywhere in Australia here, have you ever seen the soldier moving around with a uniform or with a gun?
No.
But in Juba, I remember those days, you could see officers moving around, controlling the traffic as if they were traffic officers. This is the job of the traffic police. It's simply because they are thinking in the bush that they have the power, they can be. This is a department within a government, small unit, and they have nothing to do with whatever happens in the street. It's simply because they have not been told. And if they are told, they think, who do you think you are? I fought for this country. So I don't know what Cholmaya was talking about. But the weakness in the civil service is 100% responsible for our dysfunctional way things are happening. Ministers have become so powerful that they can give orders to civil servants to do what is illegal, and they will accept to survive. I think that far, I think this is what I can say about my interpretation of that statement. Probably it meant something else.
Nyan Madud, do you have any additional or you have You are done with it. That question.
Is it on to this point? Look, I think what I want to add is probably around, as Comrade Taylor said. I think for us, some of the and early on the setup of South Sudan, even after independent country, what we did, yes, there are systemic weaknesses, and it's understandable because our oppressors, and this is why I was talking of the Arabs have, the physical Arabs have own, pretty much the system, the very system that fought against, is left intact, is left behind.
Peter,
Yes.
David Teng is waiting. Peter, can you add him, please?
Yeah,
Most
we will let
most
the two finish. Then I will bring another
yeah.
one.
So
Okay.
most of our ministries, and by the way, all this vision, like what Comrade James was saying, but yes, most of the vision has been realized. We have the country, which is great, but the struggle is where what we're doing with that country. I think this is where we are stuck at the moment, and this require a few things, including desensitizing the entire system. We have to get rid of the very thing that we fought against, that we've not managed to, so that we put the vision that the SPLM, SPLA fought for, a vision that can free our people, a vision that can actually help our people to development. But as long as it can be done through policies, we know this cannot be done. It's about policies, policies, realistic policies, realistic policies help to create viable institutions. Because institutions are created out of policy. That's where it all. So if we can begin to put in place our very policies, the policies that SPLM, SPLA
Uh,
are put in place,
uh,
put out.
Pastor James, I will bring you with the next group.
Pardon?
No, I'm talking to Pastor James. Yeah, I will bring him
Yeah.
after the yeah.
So it's about
Stay tuned. Stay tuned. I will bring you. Yeah.
our reforms need to look at institutions, building functional institutions. Let us not rely on individual capabilities. Let us not rely. We must build institutions that are capable and that are beyond individuals, so that individuals can fit into institutions, okay, and follow policies, for policies of accountability, policies of progress, policies of development, rather than individuals, institutions fitting into the ability of individuals. And we have a bit of that in South.
Okay.
Where some
David,
individuals, because and
David,
that's not what you
David Quinn,
that's not what you want.
mobile. Yeah.
You want a situation where you're able to actually build stronger institutions that are beyond individuals, and institutions that can be able to survive beyond the malpractices that we've been seeing, like issues of corruption and all this, and probably institutions that are beyond even this lack of vision with the parties, like what we've seen in South Sudan. Hello?
Yeah. I think I'm satisfied with your answers, all of you, and I'm
Hello?
very grateful. Yeah. Can you hear me, Yuan? Hello. So there is another question. Uncle Tim, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Another question is this. During the liberation struggle, we took the longest time. Have left a lot of families, especially children who are widows, orphan and widows and disabled people. Uh, what resources do we have for our citizens with special need, such as disabled people, elderly people, and orphans? And how do we treat them? Because the reason why I'm saying this, when Samuel Chol was a minister for finance, I think he gave 2 million, which was distributed to about 200 officers who died during the liberation struggle. It was really a good initiative. But my question is, were they the only people who deserve to be given that amount? What could the government do at least to, to support our disabled and elderly people and orphans and widows? When you said,
Uh,
did you listen to my question?
Peter, I got cut out. I get back in.
The network is a little
Got
bit
cut out, and
not clear.
yeah, so
Yeah.
I've not actually gotten the rest of the part of your question. So if you were asking me, go over it again.
Okay. The question is, what resources do we have for our citizens with special needs, such as disabled, elderly people, and also orphans? And decide how do we treat them now?
Mm. Look, Peter, look, every country, as you know, any country that was born out of a liberation struggle always endeavors take care of of uh, of their weak ones, and by weak ones, it could be people who the war wounded, heroes, people who lost their limbs, who lost their legs. By weak ones, I mean with the widows, the orphans, and children that were left behind by both parents during the liberation struggle, because we have such children around, and the flight of this group, what I would call the disadvantaged group, in comparing them to the rest of the population, the flight is pretty much tied to the flight of the rest of the South Sudanese. I think it's about our wide policies, as we know, our economic policies, and our social policies. This is where, especially when you talk of social policies, this is where you're able to take care of people like the people that you were talking about, uh, that were left with wounds, people that were probably broken down, injuries, left with trauma by the war. And not only that, there are former soldiers, be it ex-child soldiers, Jesh Al-Amr, Jesh Al-Aswad, some from Katipan, all this. There are many people, by the way, they may look healthy, but mentally, they have been damaged by the liberation. So you would also look at ways of taking care of this. And this is about organizing. It's about having policies of accountabilities. It's about having good strategies and a vision in place where we can invest. We need to invest in industries, so some of these people can work. You need to invest well in your oil. By the way, the natural resources from oil and mining areas like gold in South Sudan. Our population is very small. The South Sudan's population is very small, and just as we went towards independence, before Hijlich War and the subsequent war that happened in 2013, in terms of per capita, we were one of the countries that is actually considered as rich in Africa. Uh, and this was due to the fact that the earnings from the oil, the revenue from the oil, compared to the population of South Sudan, was a lot of resources, and we could easily, with good planning, with good thinking and all this, some of these resources can actually be invested in some of this social program, social services, including taking care of the veterans, the orphans, the widows, as you know, all this. Some of these people sit under Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, where a sizable part of the budget, of the country used to go to that ministry. So it's about making good use of our national wealth, wealth that is generated from the oil, and investing in some of this money in some of the renewable sources, areas that can actually, like agriculture. If we had invested so much in agriculture, mind you, if we had invested so much in industries, okay, in industrialization of the country, then you would find that some of the kids of these people, some of the orphans and all, can even be able to work with their own hands. And they can be able to work with their own hands to fend off themselves. Some of the veterans can actually work with their own hands and look after their families, support themselves. But all this come back to our economic policies, how we are managing resources, including the resources from oil, where most of our resources or most of resources that the government is depending on comes from that. So that's what I would say. It's how we are managing
Pit,
our resources as a country, and our population is very small. These groups can be taken care of, and we can be able to invest in other areas, including healthcare, including agriculture, including in industries,
Peter.
the rule of law. So that there is good security, things like roads and security. Yes.
Yes, Peter. Can you hear me, Peter? Peter. So, so some people are asking the time. How long? How
Uh,
many minutes remain for us to wrap up the program?
I've concluded what I was saying.
it is up to you because you are the one controlling it. So we will continue with our program after we finish. But I think it will be good
Yeah,
if
because you have another program. Because we have few people, we need the program to be open. The question for everyone. Because Nyol Madud
yeah,
and Comrade Atem are here.
Yes.
So if anybody have other questions, they are welcome to ask.
we will have the program until about 6 o'clock in working Australia. So, but the main speakers can go, and other people will join in. So we are here for you for the whole day.
All right. Yeah.
But I
Can
think
you? We open the forum is open. If anybody
yeah,
who want to join and ask a question for the panel,
yeah,
Nual Madut and Comrade Atem, and we also have Mading Malak, who is also will join us soon. I don't know if he's still there or not,
yeah,
but you are welcome to ask any question.
yeah. I will take some of the speakers up and to give room to other people.
Yes, no problem.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
forum is open. If anybody have a question,
We
if
have
you have any question to ask,
so we will bring some other people on. Okay. I think Nyuan, are you done? Then I will bring you back later. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. Peter,
Yeah.
are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Can you? Yes. What I want to say. My call is to young people.
Yep.
Expression of Jerusalem, wherever you. I know we used to call Jerusalem, young people, youth, and all this. But in most of us are most of us are adults, people who are now capable and professionals who can actually contribute to the well-being of our country, people who can take this country forward from here, from where we are. Most of our elders, our leaders have done their part, they have done what they have done. Uh, but I think wherever you are, as just remember whether you're in South Sudan, you're in diaspora, and all this, the role of forward here is actually our role as young people. And it's not, and by Jay Shamar, let me expand on the by Jay Shamar, I don't mean those who were in the bush. Okay, don't mistake me. I actually mean the entire generation of young people who grew up in the war in South Sudan, be it from South Sudan, young people who were in the north, young people who were in East Africa, young people who were in the bushes of South Sudan, and young people who continue to survive and in the cattle camps, hiding from Arabs and all this. So carrying the country forward from here is your role wherever you may be. Let's continue to challenge ourselves. Let's continue to ask ourselves, what can we do to our country from here? Our leaders
yeah,
have done their part, and mind you, what we're saying, for me, from where I sit, I don't expect more than what our leaders have already given. our current elders, who are our current leaders, have done their part. And I don't think they're going to give anything more than what they have done already. They have already done their best for the country where things are now. It's upon the younger generation, it's upon you, the generation of Jesh Amr, the generation that grew up in the war, to take it from here and carry forward with taking our country into the future. Okay? I think this is my last message. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Uncle Atim,
Thank
your
you, Nyol.
statement, we will give Uncle Atim time and break. We are very grateful that you have really, very humble person who always is ready to share his wealth with people. So, Uncle Atim,
Yeah. Um, well, I mean, to conclude this occasion, it's better to reflect on the level of unity we have today. Um, I think during the war we were more united than we are today. It has been mostly part of power struggle within the ruling party, which was more personal than constitutional. Um, it has done a lot of damage in terms of dividing people, mostly on ethnic lines, ethnic and regional. It is not really healthy to have a divided society. Saying that unity is strength is something that doesn't need to be explained in length. Without unity, we would have not achieved this independence. It was our united resolve that brought all the communities of South Sudan, from the rural areas, from cities, from whatever region, to participate in the struggle. And later on, during the referendum, the huge vote that came was from the people. So if they were not united, these things would have not happened. Now, unless we are not in this world, the division we have here is really doing a lot of damage. And divided people cannot work together. I really wonder how, especially the young people, seem to be following our footsteps. Today, if I lose power, or if I have been in government and I lose power, for whatever reason I'm out of the government, I begin to go into opposition, including opposing things I used to support, simply because I'm not there. And those who are in the government, they would try to tell the rest of the people that they are being targeted because those people are. I mean, it's just a question of position. It's not a question of agenda. What do we do to serve the people we try to liberate? Now, to me, it is we, especially my generation, who have been responsible for this behavior, division. And it is our responsibility to reunite the people. Very simple, very simple. You don't need the Almighty God to come and tell us to unite. It's very easy. Say, for example, we have the agreement now, the agreement which has been concluded. I haven't seen the move from the leaders to sell the unity to the people. Let me just go back to the Addis Ababa agreement. When we signed the agreement with Anyanya, what he did was to go to the south. And at that time, Sadat, the president of Egypt, wanted to visit him, I think to dilute the whole agreement. He said, no, I'm sorry, I have no time, I want to I'm visiting the south. In the south, he went with Joseph Lago and started. They were moving together. Dushman in task, Mushkula in task. The war is over. And they move all over the south.